around again. We want a dose of this right now. It's KD8. I'm a goddess with a blaze. 소리쳐봐 내 이름 잊지 못하게 loud 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 loud. I could take you to the top. 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bad gal gal gal. And when I start to talk that oh you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with the wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 다 할 수 없는 레벨. 나와 되길 원한 늘 확신해. We got it all in our hands now. So can you handle what we're all about? We're so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. We go hard till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. You ready for this?
Let's go.
See, 언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지. 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아. 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여. I'm troubling you running it. I'm so cold. When I move that way you gon' be so blown. I'm the realest in the game. Said I'm on fire with the blade. You're about to hear my name ringing in your head like whoa. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. We so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. We go hard till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down.
G'day guys and welcome here to the Oceanic Community Amateur League 2019 week number 3. Of course, it is the top 8 qualified stage. I am known as low budget. I forgot my intro there. That's fine. Bailey Baz Runnel here. Cool braid. It's fine. It's okay. I'll get there. I had a big
We're professionals. Let's keep going.
Cool. Joined here by Harrison Perplexer, Nelson Perry, and the man and myth of the hour, the first time face introduction for Stefano Zaccanini. Guys, how are we?
I'm doing okay. I mean, Stefan looks like he's having a great time with some lights over there, but
I'm ready for some League of Legends. This is an every night thing.
All
hey
day,
man,
every
if
day.
you're excited, you're excited, right?
So, of course, all of this is in partnership with Gravitas and as well sponsored by Mobalytics, of course. If you guys want to check out any of the premium services Mobalytics do and will help us out immensely, use the code SUMSOC20 over there to get access to all their premium services. We have first-hand experience with it. It's an absolutely amazing service, so definitely check it out if you want to improve your League of Legends games. And right now, we're going to go and check out our schedule for the day. We've got some big matches coming up for you guys. Match number 1, just kick us off, will be 95X versus the Weekend Warriors here. Match number 2 will be UTS Academy taking on the top powerhouse team in Vendetta. Match number 3 will be the match of the week here. The other two big number 1 teams here currently in OCAL, DBC Sports up against Kraken White. And we're finishing off the night with GIC taking on Natives Esports. And guys, we're going to break down these matches, of course, in between games and so here on the analyst desk. But let's take a quick look here at the caster predictions. Set of predictions, guys.
I mean, interesting is one way to put it. I definitely think I have, the best experience with my pick'ems, along with, of course, you, Baz. We've done, 4-0 last week. 4-0, yeah. But, no, looking over at, what I feel, you can see a general majority, right? Like, Weekend Warriors are obviously the favorites in first match. Second match, I think Vendetta, no one's going to question. They have shown that they are a very competent team. Of course, UTS, hey, they could do something, but definitely not the favorites. Then we have, obviously, Kraken White had a really strong performance. Like, they've had a really strong performance. Obviously, Devious as well showed what they're good at. They try some stuff, but definitely going to be a little bit of a bias towards Kraken White. I think that's because the casters have known the org for so long as well. But
it's all the cold ones being cracked for the boys.
It's the cold ones.
It's like the spirit bomb coming through.
And then, in the last game, I think that one is, so everyone's hyping up the third match, but I think the fourth match is, going to be the most exciting, because both teams have so much to prove in that match. They haven't been able to get a win on the board yet. I believe they haven't been able to get a win on board yet, and they're both trying to show they're not, in the last place. No one wants to be in last place. And UTS is probably going to be in last place, but second last place, no one wants to be in. So
I wouldn't count your chickens before they hatch this early, because here in the last match, indeed, Natives Esports versus GIC, it is going to be a big one in the sense that both of these teams, as you said, haven't won a game. But just remember, Natives Esports, you got to remember week 1, they took Vendetta to quite a game when it came down to just a backdoor that ended the game.
Which is why I predicted them.
And as I was going to say as well, GIC here and Natives, they're 0-2, but the matches they've had haven't been stomps or anything even closely similar. They've been really close matches for the past 2 weeks. So, I mean, yeah, you guys could be absolutely right. That is another must-watch game. So make sure you guys stay to the end to check out all the action for those matches. And real quick, we just want to go through the standings as well for you guys so you have an idea of where the teams are here. Third place at the moment, tied up, as he did mention, GIC and Natives Esports, alongside UTS Academy, of course, no wins and 2 losses. Second place is 95X and Weekend Warriors. A game 1 here is going to be a big deal as well. 1-1 tied up there. And first place, of course, DBC Esports, Kraken White and Vendetta, currently on 2-0. And talking about all the standings and that here, we're getting ready to jump into game 1 very, very soon, guys. 95X up against Weekend Warriors, as I did just mention. They're both sitting there in second place, 1-1. So whoever wins here is going to push themselves up in the standings.
But the hype is with Weekend Warriors, though, hands down. And that is purely just based off the hype that they've had leading up to the top 8. And GOC, oh sorry, 95X, they only took down GIC in the first week. They haven't really been able to prove too much. So if there's going to be a match to prove themselves in this competition, this is the one.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think that like Weekend Warriors have always almost been amazing, right? Like I think they've always been almost the best team. And so I really want to see them step things up. I really want to see them push themselves this tournament. And like watching Pixels, Kiana, and Jungle Man work together, I think that they definitely have a chance.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well, as we did mention, Weekend Warriors are like that fan favorite team. Like we've seen them be in a lot of big Samsung events as well as other big amateur events as well. And 95X coming in, there's a lot of fan support there as well. There's a lot of guys that, you know, making sure it's X and not C for a start. But this is going to be a huge grudge match, basically, where it's like this whole fan favorite team versus another big fan favorite team. And I don't know what's going to happen. They're tied up. They're both showing amazing gameplay there. But guys, going off the rosters for at the moment, getting ready to jump into game one very shortly, who do you think might have the slight advantage here?
Well, you've already seen my prediction, but
Yeah.
I mean, there's no much else
Your
to
mind
talk
might change. You never know.
Yeah, look, I'm locked in. I'm committed. I think Weekend Warriors have this. I think that they're just pretty solid as a team. They're decent mechanics overall. I think that they've worked well enough together. They've shown that they can work well together. They don't get stressed, like they don't panic, which a lot of teams do when they get put in like more intense matches. And so I think that they definitely have the edge this game.
I agree. And Weekend Warriors, they've definitely shown a lot more stronger prowess throughout the weeks. And I just feel like it's going to be a decent win for them, although not counting 95X out.
So, guys, we are jumping now here into Champ Select for game number 1 for week 3 of OCAL. 95X on the blue side up against Weekend Warriors here on the red side. And you're going to be joined by the two greatest casting team ever. I'm just hyping them up because Formal gave me crap last week. Max Formal von Newman and Daniel Weapon XVX Hines. Guys, please take it away.
Hello, everybody, and thank you, Baz, for that bit of an intro right there. Although I'm a bit surprised we're already the best when we haven't even started casting yet. This is actually the first time we get to see Formal and Weapon together here in Week 3 of OCAL. I, of course, am Formal. You can tell by my American accent. Joined by Weapon X, and I am so keen for this one.
So excited. We've got a good set of games today. Wait a second. Oh, okay.
Too keen.
Some lobby issues, as we'll hopefully be sorting that out soon. But yeah, first time casting together. It's been a long time coming, and we are queuing up for 95X versus Weekend Warriors. A couple of teams that we have very varying opinions on these two teams. You know, we had that kind of power ranking last when was that? Yeah, last night. Yeah, Saturday, sorry. Yeah, and I think I rate Weekend Warriors very highly. I think a lot of historical bias, obviously. This team's got a long history in particularly some sort of competitions, and you know we did have a bit of a rough week 1 from these guys. Wasn't quite sure what we were looking at when we saw that week 1 teams, particularly Flip getting caught out a lot. But then I personally have a lot of faith that I think this is going to be a strong team heading forward. Whereas you put a lot of the faith in 95X form.
Yeah, and I'll say it before and I'll say it again, a lot of that was by default, and with just a lot of teams I feel haven't lived up to the expectations that I put on them. Weekend Warriors, I think, have been like the largest culprit of that. That game 1 against Kraken, I believed in Weekend Warriors. I was like, if any team's going to make some crazy big upset, it's going to be this one. They might go the distance, and then they sort of dropped the ball week 1, and I jumped off that ship real quick. That's what happens when a Kraken gets a hold of a ship, you know, they tend to destroy it, and with that, my faith on the team. So I'm looking at 95X, and really, they haven't done anything that's made me say, you know what, this team isn't disappointing yet, and I still see a lot of upsides on this. We were talking about this before, and I feel there's some good matchups coming into this for the blue side. In particular, I like the top lane matchup, with 4AM going up against Kana Kung Fu. As mentioned before, Kana Kung Fu usually tends to be that role player where I feel 4AM has a potential to be a big carry. Coming into this game as well, it will be Scott jungling, not Valen, and I do know Scott as a very aggressive jungler, someone who can get an early lead and sort of snowball off of it, so he's going to be able to play through either the top or the mid lane perhaps, as we'll get into a bit more in a sec. I think there's more openings for that team. So yeah, the bot lane for Weekend Warriors, if they're on, they're one of the best in the OCAL as a whole, but I still like 95X in this one.
Yeah, and I think we're going to have to agree to disagree there, but I think all in all, we were talking about this before, a lot of this game feels like it's going to be played through the mid lane. I can't sing the praises highly enough of Pixel. I think the way he plays out lanes is really, really smart and really, really calculated. And what I always look for with Weekend Warriors, when I feel like they're playing the best, is Pixel putting a lot of pressure on his opponent and basically forcing errors by basically burying them under their tower, burying them under a CS differential, like a huge early CSD, and then eventually it is just the pairing of Pixel and Jungle Man who come in and basically finish off that kill and then start rotating Pixel around the map. And when you look at the other side for 95X, it feels like that's kind of the same style that they've really gone for in the past few weeks, where Sourbread has been the hard carry for this team, and then whether it's Scott or Valen really tends to play around that lane, and then again just snowball that lead around the map. So I think clashing styles should make for a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, and it's interesting too that we're going to be seeing Scott though instead of Valen. I did mention before I do see him as that aggressive jungler, but he also is coming into this one off of a loss where Valen does have 95X's one win, and that could be an opportunity for the Weekend Warriors to exploit. Yes, I am picking 95X to win this. I do believe in Scott to come through, but it's not as if this match isn't close, and it's not as if this match can go either way. So I'm definitely curious to see which one of these two similar style mid laners will come out on top. You're picking Pixel. I am, taking 95X. I am taking Sour Bread Man. And it could go either way. I'm hoping we do get to see them play these aggressive junglers. I don't want Pixel to fall back on something like a Xerath or a Malzahar. I know it's not his style. I don't want Sour Bread Man to do the same. I know that's probably not much of his style. I actually want to see two assassins, and I want to see a bloodbath in that mid lane.
Yeah, you want to see it, but to be honest, I think Pixel has a lot of comfort on these control mage style matchups, and I think it kind of talks to how these mid laners like to play, where Jungle Man's asking how to pronounce 4AM's name. I love it. But it kind of speaks to like the diversity of styles that I think Pixel can bring to the table, and we haven't really seen that from Sourbread Man yet. I'm just trying to think of the week 1 and 2 picks, if you can jog my memory. What did we see from him? There was the hard assassin matchup.
There was the hard assassin matchup because I knew just Sour Bread Man in the game that he won, it was 100% off of that Kiana.
Yep.
That he took the game over at the very, very start of the game. And I'm just trying to find a quick look at what we saw. Unfortunately, I don't remember off the top of my head from Pixel in week 2, but it was something similar.
It was the Kiana. So
it was the Kiana as well. That's right. It was Kiana for both of them. Because we talked about this on Saturday, where it's like, how much are they going to prioritize this pick? Because it's been the catalyst for each of these teams with their win. Knowing that 95X is on the blue side, I do expect Weekend Warriors to ban it out, but that's one ban gone. And, that's more openings in response for 95X to maybe target that bot lane, that flip and flop lane that needs a good draft, it seems, to actually carry this game.
Yeah, exactly. I think you are right. The Kiana is going to be a massive priority. I think with let's talk about, the assassin pool right now. It feels like there really are two strong particularly AD assassins that jump out to me at the moment, and that's the Kiana and the Pantheon. We're living in a world where Pantheon is basically an assassin. That champion is absolutely grimdark for like 15 minutes. He will just kill you, as we are finally getting loaded into draft, and I am so happy and so excited to see what these guys do pull out in the draft phase.
Yeah, it's always an online tournament where there'll be a little hiccup here and there, but we are in our correct picks and bans, and Zoe being taken away from Pixel, a very smart ban. Definitely appears 95X has done their homework.
Yeah, absolutely. Interested to see what the blue side priorities are if you do look to bait out the Kiana. The Mordekaiser taken away from 4AM makes a lot of sense. He showed a lot of prowess on that pick, and this is a player that we were talking about as well as someone who I think has a bit of underrated carry potential. Kind of strikes me as a little bit like Joe from Kraken White, where he kind of feels like he flies under the radar, but he actually does a lot of work for his team, and just the amount of pressure that Mordekaiser put out in the previous weeks is just an absolutely huge. Pantheon taken away, pretty much expected, way too strong, and the scaling option taken away, the Vladimir, that's interesting. So no Kiana ban.
Vlad taken away, Rise was banned as well, and I feel like these are a lot of target bans, both at 4AM and Sour Bread Man, who, the two players who we identified as those carries for 95X. I'm not too surprised to see Weekend Warriors going after that. Meanwhile, on 95X's side, they're throwing everything, it looks like, at that mid laner, and Silas is where they are going to go. I do believe Sour Bread Man actually took the Silas last time. I remember there being a Silas on 95X. I'm not sure if it was Scott or Sour Breadman, but I also remember it had a couple shining moments, but then sort of fell apart towards the end of the game. It's definitely something they're comfortable on. They want another crack at it, but that Kiana is still up.
Yeah, it is, and I feel like the Kiana to Silas matchup is generally pretty good, but are we really going to see an Akali? We are seeing an Akali locked in patch 9.18. This is kind of absurd. I thought this was a champion we would not see since patch 17, where she just got absolutely, it feels like gutted, having the stun removed from her ultimate. But evidently Pixel or perhaps Can of Kung Fu feeling that the champion is still worthwhile and still worth playing on 9.18.
Yeah, and again, it's going to start raising those questions, unfortunately, for Weekend Warriors and their drafts, because their first draft, week 1, felt a little dated. It didn't come together. They lost to Kraken in what was a big game. And really, for Weekend Warriors, this is another big match for them. Falling 1 and 2 is, once again, you're out of that top 4, you're out of that playoff spot. And 95X is really one of those teams that you sort of see yourself competing with to get that 4th seed. So it is a must win for both of these teams. And already, I'm getting nervous with their picks and bans, especially when you see the Lovers duo come through for 95X.
Yeah, that's a big giveaway on blue side. You rarely expect to see that one fall through, especially in this meta where there really are only the 2 types of duos that you generally get to see. It's the Xayah and the Rakan and the Kai'Sa and the Nautilus. So both sides have gotten pretty strong, powerful comfort picks. I mean, you feel pretty good about Weekend Warriors if you are about the duo you've got if you are flip and flop. They certainly feel like have a little bit more early pressure in this lane with the sheer amount of ridiculous damage the Nautilus can put out as a support. Let's see what the bans go through and where we prioritize. There is the Kiana taken out. So I think that does start to signify that this will be the mid lane Akali for Pixel. And I can definitely say it is a comfort pick. Looking at the guy's kind of recent match history, has been spamming the Akali in solo queue.
Yeah, but is it going to be, comfortable enough to take out someone with high expectations as how Breadman? It also sort of, furthers emphasizing the fact that it's most likely going to be Scott on the Silas. So that will be something I believe to see. It might still be top Silas, it might still be 4 a.m., but I'm really feeling like it's going to be a jungle Silas in this one.
Yeah, Silas is an interesting champion in that, where I think there was a big period where people shied away from first picking the Silas because it felt like as soon as you first pick the Silas, then people have to kind of have to maneuver their way around it, and you force your opponent to not take too many ultimates into it. But I think in its current state, it feels like it is something that you can just take purely because it's just such a strong flex pick. It works in 3 lanes. Could run at support, who knows? But yeah, it works in 3 lanes. You can stick it wherever you want, and it generally has a pretty good, pretty safe matchup, and then scales into this ridiculous late game team fighter. Hit that level 16 mark, rank 3 ultimate, steal every ultimate, and there are some really nice ones to take on the side of Weekend Warriors if you are, whoever's going to be piloting that Silas. But that is a Kha'Zix lock-in, and that is very aggressive.
That is super aggressive, and we're seeing a very squishy, high damage composition already coming from the Weekend Warriors with that Kha'Zix, with the Akali, with the Kai'Sa as well. There's a lot of dive potential for what they're putting together. Meanwhile, 95X, they're hovering, and they're going to lock in that Rek'Sai. So something I feel is a bit more conventional than the Kha'Zix, at least in sort of more organized play. I like this Rek'Sai pick a lot. I'm very curious, though, if it's going to be with the Silas or with something else in the mid lane. I do feel Rek'Sai benefits from a mid laner with a lot of early game crowd control, something that you can help secure that kill, and please not the cannon. Oh no.
There's your crowd control, and I think the Rek'Sai feels like a really good choice into the Kha'Zix in particular. Quite tanky, usually tends to survive the duels against the Kha'Zix, and most importantly has the ability to flash, burrow, knock up, and really just interrupt the Kha'Zix in what they want to do, which is jumping into the backline. So the Rek'Sai has the ability to probably stand toe-to-toe with the Kha'Zix early on, and then later on will be a bit of a kind of backline peeling tool for the late-game team fights. Really nice pickup for Scott, as that is a Cho'Gath. This is a really wacky draft from Weekend Warriors.
Okay, you can't have 3 Void champions locked in and not let me make one TFT reference. I'm just going to say it makes sense, when one person gets the 1 gold jungler, the other one has to get the 2 gold one. That aside, though, the Cho'Gath costs 4. It's worth more than each of them. We'll be going to Can of Kung Fu in the top lane, and I think I have actually seen this from him before, so it's one of those sort of niche pocket picks, and in a must-win kind of game like this, it's where you bring it out, and I feel there's a lot of potential with that Cho'Gath into the Kennen as well. You have that sustain. You can handle him should he decide to go AD or AP. I'm still hoping it's going to be AP because I'm not a big fan of AD Kennen, but maybe AD Kennen can bully out the Cho'Gath. This top lane matchup, it's one of the things that we were highlighting. Can 4am carry in this sort of situation?
Yeah, and it's a question of whether Can or Kung Fu can be that role player that his team needs. And I do like the pick. More that I look at it, I think you can potentially catch the Kennen with a good Q from the Cho'Gath, and then flash forward, get the chomp and get the kill. Is a rather squishy champion that you're looking at on the other side. So it's a really nice choice, and it's unusual, but I do like the idea that Weekend Warriors are starting to branch out in terms of their champion pool. Starting to get really concerned the more I look at Akali on that picks on that Akali though, Vaughn, I have to say.
Yeah, again, I've mentioned it already. Week 1, they sort of had a strange dated draft, and it did not work well for the Weekend Warriors. So coming now into Week 3 is another must-win game for them. And again, their draft is raising some question marks. Still can see it pull off. I mean, definitely what the Weekend Warriors have is a team composition that if they get ahead, really nowhere on the map will be safe when you're trying to avoid both a Kha'Zix and an Akali, or even possibly a Nautilus, because Flop has been known to roam, actually sometimes quite early. Nautilus, a fantastic support for those roaming ganks, and I feel Weekend Warriors, with a small lead, definitely have the potential to balloon it, but getting a small lead against the team that 95X has, I feel you almost have to play it around the top lane, because taking down the Lovers duo in the bot slide is going to be so hard. I have utmost faith in Sour Breadman on the Sylas. Kennen sort of, to me, seems like that target, but you're coming at him with the Cho'Gath. I don't know about this one. I kind of do agree. I think 95X is looking like the betters in this pick and ban phase.
Yeah, I feel like when it all comes down to it, if we do go late in this game, it feels like Weekend Warriors draft does do slightly better in the team fights. It feels like every time a team has a Kai'Sa, they just have that option. And Akali, even though she's got the stun removed from her ultimate, and she's still that massive damage monster, so she probably does scale quite well in terms of just raw damage. But I'm looking at how you're going to control the lanes, and that's always so important in 5v5. And push priority in basically every single lane just goes to 95X. The Kennen's just going to be able to harass, constantly push in that wave and make sure the Cho'Gath has to kind of be miserable under his tower. You've got Sylas, who can just wave clear for days early on, especially against the Kali, who's looking for those 5 points in the 5-point strike to get the that wave clear that she really needs to get on the map. And of course, the Zyra and Rakan just press W, and that's basically instant wave dead. So there's a lot of tools to basically just stifle your opponent and make sure that Scott on this Rek'Sai, who I think is going to be the early catalyst for a lot of what 95X are going to do, has the space to get in the map. And I wouldn't be surprised if we do see early on Scott actually look to get in the face of Jungle Man, who on the other side is basically that catalyst for Weekend Warriors early on, and actually really stifle that guy and make sure this Kha'Zix just doesn't get rolling.
See, but I can also see the reverse happening in this matchup, just because Jungle Man is really going to be the catalyst for Weekend Warriors in this early game. I mean, as he tends to be, it's sort of that playstyle where Jungle Man gives this team those early advantages, helps enable Pixel, gets that player roaming earlier and earlier in the game. On the Akali, that would be vital for them, because the sooner they get Akali into those side lanes, the better off Weekend Warriors are. So I could definitely see the reverse situation where Jungle Man's actually going to try to stifle Scott, try to give more space to Pixel, give more freedom to this Akali, and then enable that side lane pressure to get going as soon as possible. Really, this is going to be a tight matchup. I think the first 15 minutes are going to be super telling for where this game will go. And yeah, what more is on the line? 2 1-1 teams. You win this, you are pretty much in that top 4, currently in the standings, and really establish yourself as, that benchmark team, that team to beat. A lot on the line, a lot of pressure, I feel, for both of these teams. So this is going to be a real treat of a match.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to prove a lot in terms of the standings and the current strength of Weekend Warriors. We had so many question marks after that Week 1 performance. We felt a little bit better after how they went against GIC in Week 2. And now we really have to see how they're going to play against 95X, who, by all metrics, all measures, are a very strong opponent, are someone you need to take seriously. And I want to point out something that I'm already seeing that I'm just absolutely loving. There is a build on Cho'Gath that's starting to creep up in solo queue, and it is this Glacial Augment Cho'Gath. We'll hopefully get more and more time to talk about it as the game goes on, but basically, I expect this may actually be a more AP focused Cho'Gath. Obviously you want those actives, and that just naturally lends itself into building more damage. So that probably lends even more and more credence to the fact that Can of Kung Fu may actually just be looking to kill the cannon early on and often.
Hey, and we did bring that up before in the pick and bans, or at least I know I did. I'm saying, where can you attack on this 95X squad? Mid lane's going to be a challenge, bot lane's going to challenge, it's going to have to be that top lane. So seeing the Glacial Augment Cho'Gath, expecting that aggression, I feel Weekend Warriors have done a good job in sort of reading that draft, identifying where they're going to want to attack, and now it's all up to them to execute. As we are loading onto the Rift now, as per usual with this, we do have to do a bit of a pause. I believe it's at 15 seconds, if I am not mistaken. So we will be getting at it very, very shortly as I have hit that 15-second mark right now. Daniel, would you like to count us in? I'm feeling generous. I'm willing to give it to you on this one.
I think I'll let our producer do it in our ears. I think that's probably the best way to go.
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense to, I suppose, pass it over to producers. That is their job. That is what they want to do. I was trying to let you steal the glory from our producer Reinhardt. By the way, a quick shout out to Reinhardt, the man behind the camera today. So all of the shots that you see, all of the segues, all of the everything is being
And
run
our beautiful
by him.
transitions, by the way. Have to point that out. He's the man who made that happen.
Yeah, they are all fantastic. But we are on the Rift, and already we're seeing pretty much the standard fan formation. You know, line of scrimmage formed in the river. No one's going to be making any crazy moves. What I find interesting, actually, is Scott sort of reveals himself on the top side, whereas Weekend Warriors did the more conventional thing of throwing their jungler in the mid lane. I'm not sure it's going to affect too much because it looks as if Scott's just gone ahead, dropped the ward, going to go back and get the sweeper, and then continue onwards. He could go top or bot, but I don't know. Do you have a strong opinion on that? You know, those initial formations right there?
I think what Scott was really looking to do, and I'm just going to check the runes to kind of confirm it. I wonder if he's running the sweeper trick because I think everyone's kind of picked that up. No domination. So he's not running the Ghost Borrow trick, which I kind of thought he was trying to do, but looks like he was trying to just get a bit of mind games in there, show himself in the top side, and maybe put a little bit of doubt that he isn't going to be starting on the bot side when we kind of do now.
Yeah, well, he will be on that bot side. It's a red buff start for both of our junglers, Scott as well as Jungle Man, going opposite ends of the map. Curious if we'll see any horizontal jungling right here. I feel that would be super beneficial for Weekend Warriors should Jungle Man be able to secure the entire top half of the map. It will further enable what I believe might be that early game win con in shutting down 4 a.m., but we're going to have to wait and see on this one. I'm curious, if you were on the side, like, where would you be looking at the jungle right now in response from Scott? Do you want to see him really focus that bot side, or maybe go up top and try and contest with whatever Jungle Man tries to get enabled?
So right now, if we look at the map, both junglers are going for what is considered to be the standard clear in 918, which is the red Raptors and Krugs in some variation, some order. Obviously, Jungle Man doing it in a slightly different order. And what I believe we're going to see here is the recall, because I think both guys probably are having the read that this is going to be the path. I should say that there's a chance that Scott maybe has the read that this is going to be the path, and I think Jungle Man may be the guy looking to get aggressive early on, and maybe looking to kind of recall and get towards his top side and secure that blue. But
bit of a gank happening right here. Flash coming out from Shindoki. Floppy is the target, but Scott not quite able to get there in time. 95x with a bit of an aggressive play. Unfortunately, it's a swing and a miss.
Yeah, it wasn't. I was setting out that path being, kind of what you expect in this meta, and it's interesting that Flip and Flop were still in position. You feel like at the time it used to be the top side, 325. You'd expect that first gank coming in. This meta, oh my god.
So going after Pixel gets the flash just from the presence of Scott alone. So Scott making his presence known in both the bot and the mid lane. This Rek'Sai, he's out for blood.
Yeah, the Rek'Sai is such a quick clear speed that it means that the Scott just has been able to get out on the map so much quicker than Jungle Man.
Connect, actually.
Oh, no.
Be in a bit of trouble. The Ignite has been dropped, and there is your first blood going to Pingu. It's happened so fast, but that is the power of the Xayah Rakan.
Yeah, and basically in a 2v2 as well. Just the strength of that duo on display. Scott, oh my god.
Scott's in trouble. He's not getting out of this. He has flash, but the follow-up flash from Jungle Man is there, so a return kill does come through. It looks like a case of 95x, not really expecting Jungle Man to be on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, and probably not respecting Flop either. I mean, he just walked over, and that's a Nautilus. That's so much CC that you have to contend with, and unfortunately not the play from Scott. Gets a little bit too hyphy and gets caught out in the jungle. But overall, good moves from Scott early on. The fact that he has kind of read the path from Jungle Man, knows that the clear is going to be slower, and he has that window of opportunity early on to make an impact on the map. Now I'm looking for Jungle Man, has the one kill under his belt. What can he do with this? What can he go back and where can he exert his pressure and make his presence known? It looks like he's heading towards the mid lane.
Yeah, mid lane's going to be an interesting choice, though, because Flash Advantage is currently in Sourbread Man. Scott is also around up above should Weekend Warriors decide to commit to this fight. Sourbread Man, he looks like he's trying to bait it, but I believe Jungle Man and Pixel should know what's up. I doubt they're going to commit, especially because Shindoki actually has roamed up from the bot lane as well. Seems like we're about to go at it, though. Sourbread Man does get the engage on the Pixel, does not have the damage to follow through, however. So, once again, 95X, they're trying to put something together, but they're not quite hitting their mark.
Yeah, and I also want to point out something really odd. That's a comet on the Kha'Zix. So that's something I've probably never seen before. I only became aware of it after it proc there. Was too excited about the Glacial Log Macho'Gath, which I think is a more standard build. Kind of wondering what's going on with that build in general, really. I do know that the Comet does have a cooldown reset. So if you hit a single target spell, which Kha'Zix's Q is, it gets cooldown reduction. So maybe that's what he's looking to do, kind of just blast people with the Qs and constantly proc Comet. It might be a kind of cool idea that he's going for, actually, now that I kind of think about it.
I still would think, though, you'd get more damage output with Electrocute, though, than you would with those constant Comet procs, especially because they could be something you could dodge. I'm very curious on this one as well. I don't believe it was a mistake. I do believe this was intentional, and most likely what you're saying, like, yeah, you get those resets going, Comet. And especially if it's almost in, like, a group situation, the Comet has a bit more of that area of effect. Maybe it's, like, almost the sort of summoner Tiamat that we already see Jungle Man has built. I want to see how this pays off. I'm hoping this was intentional, because with that one kill and already that bit of a CS advantage, Jungle Man is in position to sort of show off this new build.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how it plays out. It also feels like maybe it's something that lends to kind of these siege scenarios that they obviously are hoping to find themselves in. Probably not looking like it's going to be the case right now with the amount of wave control and push priority that they've got across the mid and bot lanes. Interestingly enough, it looks like Kano Kung Fu has been able to hold his own in this matchup. He's about even CS. Oh no.
Yeah, Pixel's in a lot of trouble. Both knockups do connect. This is a level 6 Akali who has been ignited. Jungle Man's over the wall as well, possibly looking for an opening back in. Bot lanes making their way into the jungle, but no one's going to commit to this fight just yet.
Yeah, and there you see just one of the strengths of the Rek'Sai. Scott knew exactly where Jungle Man was as soon as he moved and knew exactly when to call the playoff. So really calm shot calling, not over chasing, knowing exactly what their limit was. Gets the summoner out of Pixel, or gets the ult out of Pixel, and really that's all you need. This is such an easy lane for Sourbread Man from this point onwards.
Yeah, and I have to give credit, looking at the larger scale of things, to Weekend Warriors right now. They've sort of reacted quite well to a lot of these aggressive plays that 95X has been making. Yes, they did give up first blood, but they were also able to get a kill right back. So definitely being the more reactive team right now has sort of favored the Weekend Warriors. They're giving a bit more time to scale. They're not getting caught out just yet. And I'm wondering, when does the pressure start to set in for this blue side?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions about really everything in this game. I think the chief one that I have really does revolve around Pixel and this Akali. I'm so curious to see what the power level of this Akali is on the 918 patch and how much the nerfs have affected her. Pixel obviously doesn't think it's enough for him to give up on the champion entirely, and I want to see what the kill threat is. Now that he has level 6, ult is about halfway cooled down, and they still feel like they're happy enough to make aggressive moves into the river.
Yeah, and I definitely want to throw down the fact that, like, Pixel did survive an entire sort of segue without any flash available, as the flash is now once again up for this mid laner. So unfortunately for 95X, they weren't able to capitalize on what could be seen as a weaker champion in the mid lane, and I think that has a lot to do with just Pixel's comfort on this champion, not allowing any opportunities to sort of fall behind. Yes, down a little bit in CS, but nothing really to write home about. I think that's been a fantastic job by Pixel in order to sort of eat this pressure and continue to stay even.
Yeah, absolutely. You feel pretty happy about this if you are Pixel. You are just about to hit that level 9 mark, which is where you're going to have your 5 points in Q, but whew, fancy feat. Well played. Yeah. You're going to have the 5 points in Q, so you're going to be able to insta-clear these waves, and that's probably the point you are looking for if you're the Weekend Warriors. You want to see the Eagles fly into the side lanes as you were setting up before, and want to see them start to affect the map.
Yeah, definitely. You do need to see that, but at the moment, sort of that sideline pressure has come more from 95X. I've been noticing a lot of roams from Shindoki actually to try and help out Sourbread Man in the mid lane as well. I want to give kudos to Pengu, as at the moment, Pixel again kind of coming up on top of that trade right there. As I was saying though about Pengu though, Shindoki has been spending a lot of time roaming up into this mid lane. But Pango has been perfectly fine on his own against Flip and Flop, and I would expect the Nautilus to get a bit more aggressive. Pixel actually looking to go all in. The Ignite has been dropped, and Pixel still wants it, but Scott is here. Damage is thrown back around, but here comes Flop. Is going to go ahead and drop those depth charges, but with the minions there, cannot follow with the hook. Pango has arrived from down below, grabbing onto the tower to escape. Will be Flop, so in the end, no one will fall.
Yeah, and there we see our first answer to the question, how does Akali fare without the stun on her ultimate? Feels like the old Akali would have been able to pick up that one so easily with that micro stun, but not having the CC set up means that the Akali doesn't get to reposition, has to back off when the roams come back in, so it's a tough life for Pixel. Well navigated overall, I feel, but is going to give up a lot and have to retreat and actually give up this Mountain Drake.
Yeah, Mountain Drake will go over to 95X, who really did win that skirmish. They were able to get a couple flashes out of both Pixel and Flop in that mid lane fight. So definitely the early skirmish is going 95X's way. I just don't think they're going their way enough because, as mentioned at the start of this one, when we get to those later game team fights, when we look at those side lane pressures, I'm liking Pixel on the Akali still. I'm liking the potential front line that can be a Cho'Gath, even if it is that Glacial Augment. So I'm looking at 95X to really start trying to take over this game within the next 5 to 10 minutes, but getting caught out is Sour Bread Man. This is not what he needs. Jungle Man is able to flash forward. It does get the flash from Sour Bread Man, and the damage is there from Pixel. Helps gives his jungler the kill. Down below, however, Shindaki is going to go ahead and start dancing. They're trying to pick anyone. 4 AM has wound up in mid lane and has dropped the Slicing Maelstrom, but it's a 2v1, so he will fall as well. Pixel picks up the kill for himself that time, and across the board, 2 kills going over to the Weekend Warriors.
And Weekend Warriors find their mark. 10 minutes, nearly 11 minutes into this game. They feel like they've got the tools, they've got all the scaling they needed done on their kind of core champions, and they just jump into it. They find the opportunities. So much damage coming out of Pixel and Jungle Man that they get the kill, and a really well navigated play from the bot lane as well to avoid the aggression from the Xayah and Rakan means that this bot lane just continues to be set up to just hard carry the late game.
Yeah, and I also have to call into question 4 AM's teleport into the mid lane. Unfortunately, coming through a bit late, and he sort of walked right into that 2v1 situation. Could have been the hero, but instead falls and loses the teleport, loses the flash, and gives up a kill as well. Just further getting Can of Kung Fu ahead in that top lane. So a bit of a disaster for 95X. Weekend Warriors, this was that exact sort of skirmish that they needed, and I want to see how they start to take over the game from here.
Yeah, it feels like at this point you start to kind of, you want to start applying some pressure potentially on the side lanes. Look towards the bot lane, try and get Flip and Flop some early plate damage, get some gold on them, and actually start to knock down that tower, because I feel like your avenue, as you've kind of said, would be getting Pixel into the side lanes, would be keeping Can of Kung Fu in what feels like a really good matchup into this cannon. He's just, feels like he's doing so well every time we pan up, and I'm really starting to like this pick. And you basically just stretch the map out, and for the time being, until your Kai'Sa scales and you feel comfortable to fight, you're just so happy to just play this map out nice and slowly. Look at that damage. What is that?
I mean, that is a Cho'Gath Rupture.
Excuse me?
It is one of the best abilities in the game. I love Cho'Gath. I still miss the olden days of like the hard AB Deathfire Grasp mid Cho'Gath. Did you ever get to play that one?
Yeah, those are the good old days. Just chomp Deathfire, you're done.
Yeah, level 6. It's a kill, level 6. But amidst it all, though, Rift Herald did go over to 95X, so they're going to go ahead and drop that in mid lane. Jungle Man and Pixel should be able to absorb some of this pressure. They do get 2 platings down. Shindoki is also roamed up, so a lot of pressure being put in mid right now. They really wanted to get that first tower, but a nice rotation by Weekend Warriors does keep the tower alive, at least for now, so everyone will back off.
Yeah, it just feels like Weekend Warriors are responding really well to the pressure plays from 95X at the moment. They saw the plate gank coming in, they responded well, and just in that as well, I want to note that we did see the amount of damage that Comet can do when Jungleman lands the W. Just does some nutty amount of damage. Yeah, I imagine he's running Scorch as well, that he has to be. So that boy actually kind of chunks, and I really want to see just how much damage he's going to be doing with that Comet by the end of the game. But as I said, I think the play here is you look towards the side lanes. If we look at Jungleman, he is stacked up on the top side, potentially looking for the lane gank on 4 AM and looking to unlock Can of Kung Fu.
This could be that right play. Jungle Man is stepping forward. The Glacial Augment is in play, and it is a easy kill going to the Weekend Warriors. Jungle Man was able to pick up his 3rd of the game, and yeah, this is Weekend Warriors. They're playing the game that they wanted to. They absorbed that first 10 minutes pressure, and they're starting to flip it on its head. That could be tower falling in the top lane.
Yeah, definitely. I called it was going to be the bot lane, but the top lane works just as well. All you need to do is open up a lane. You want to get Pixel in that lane. You just want to start grouping up your bot lane in the mid. Just start poking out and kind of sieging. And have Jungle Man just rotate between these lanes. He's so strong, feels like he
Here we
catches
go.
anyone and they
Depth
die.
charge down
Oh
on
my
the
God.
Scott under tower. Shindoki's trying to save his jungler who's been ignited, but the damage coming from Flip will help bring him down. Pixel is the one who secures that kill, and he wants more. The ignite is on Shindoki, and that will bring down the second one. Flip securing that kill. Here comes the Featherstorm, but it is too little, too late. Pengu has to burn Flash as well to get out. Maybe Sour Breadman can turn around, though. They are able to jump on Pixel, who's unable to flash away. Flop now trying to turn things around. Flip standing behind his Nautilus, getting as much damage onto Pengu as possible, but they are losing this trade, so they have to run away. Jungle Man, spotted by the ward before he can show up, will not be able to engage in this fight.
Yeah, that pink ward feels like it was the MVP in this fight, because I'm pretty sure Jungle Man had blood in his eyes. That was a really well navigated fight from both sides. Really big props to Sourbread Man for spotting the opportunity to get the kill back on Pixel, but Pixel is making this nerfed Akali look really, really good. And it feels like it just gets stronger and stronger. It doesn't really matter the fact that she doesn't have the Microsun to start the early plays. She's just going to get more and more damage, and eventually she's just going to one-shot you. So Pixel continuing to be the threat on this team, and Jungle Man at his back, always backing up his mid lane and making sure that the guy gets the resources he needs to survive the early lane. This is just going all to plan for Weekend Warriors.
It is, but I also still want to look at 95X and give kudos to Sourbread Man for essentially going blow for blow in that one. Yeah, Pixel got himself, some kills, so did Flip, but Sourbread Man did punish them a bit for it, and as a result, Weekend Warriors weren't really able to get too many objectives off the back of it. They are looking at this Cloud Drake now. Shindoki will be able to spot that, and I'm curious if they're going to be able to stay on it, especially with mid tower going down, so 95X definitely playing the map actually quite well, despite sort of losing some of these skirmishes. Shindoki does need to be careful. Pixel is there. In the end, he will back off. Or will he? They're still looking to fight. That Cloud Drake is low, and it might go over. It's a steal attempt. Sourbread Man does not get there in time. Jungle Man makes his escape.
Well navigated, and it feels like it was a very conscious choice by Weekend Warriors. Oh, no.
Scott found him. Scott found him, and he's going after Jungle Man. Help is going to have to come and come soon. Scott's quite low. They do get the kill, however, so Jungle Man gets Cloud Drake, but at the cost of his life.
Yeah, I was going to commend Weekend Warriors on what felt like a really calculated trade to give up the mid lane tower that you're already rotating your bot lane into for the wave clear, putting Pixel in the bot lane, but in the end they do find Jungle Man in the jungle, his natural habitat, so that feels like it is significant, does slow down them a bit, but on the top side they are going to pick up the top tower off that Cho'Gath Thresher, and look at how this matchup's actually played off for them. This is actually disgusting. You don't like Kennen much, Formal, and
No.
I think we may have found the answer.
Yeah, really, in my experience, every champion has been the answer to Kennen. Like, you can take whatever you want into him. Last week we saw Mundo was the answer to Kennen, and this week it's looking at Cho'Gath. I don't know, maybe you could say something about tanks being the answer. For me, the answer is perma-banning the champion.
I mean, right now it feels like the Cho'Gath isn't really that super tanky, like 6,000 HP
No.
Cho'Gath that we've seen before. This is a Cho'Gath that really does chunk you if he catches you, and it's worth noting that he does have a lot of tools to be very proficient in the side lane. He can avoid the Kennen engage. I feel like he's just tanky enough that Slicing Maelstrom doesn't quite one-shot him.
Sourbread going straight after Pixel right now. Scott is there to try and help out. Unfortunately, for 95X, they once again are unable to run down this elusive Akali. Talk about being a slippery team. Weekend Warriors definitely have been proven tougher to block down than expected. That said, though, Scott may have found Pixel in his own bush. Help is not really arriving, but it might not be needed. The damage from this Rek'Sai is huge enough for Sourbread Man to secure the kill. Shindoki, a timely escape through Dragon Pit as well. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like everyone's going to get out, as Pengu might be in a lot of trouble. Drops the Featherstorm to avoid that anchor. It doesn't matter. Jungle Man wants it, got rooted under tower, and had to flash away.
Weekend Warriors feel like they've absolutely had enough, and they're just willing to throw down at this point. Sometimes to their detriment, as Pixel does get unfortunately caught by Scott. But yeah, just absolute madness breaking out. It still feels like Weekend Warriors are ahead and are at least making the right map moves, as they are going to probably trade for this bot lane tier 1. Feels like we're in a bit of a reset state here, Formal, and
Yeah.
just waiting to see what happens.
I mean, yeah, another tower will fall in favor of 95X, so that is their second. They will be up 2 towers to 1 now. Dragons are a piece, but if you remember, Rip Herald did go to the blue side, so looking at how this map has been played, you have to give the advantage to the blue side. Kill-wise, obviously it goes to the Weekend Warriors, and as a result, dead even gold 19 minutes in. We did say this was going to be, a very tight match. I wasn't actually expecting it to be actually this close.
Yeah, these are two teams that feel like they they do like to win just by snowballing around their mid laner. And it feels like neither team really got the opportunity to do that. There were some good plays back and forth, and felt like mostly a survival game for Pixel, whereas Sourbread Man really has been playing quite reactive in the side lanes, kind of reacting to what Pixel has tried to do, and has been quite successful in that regard. So I think at this point we are looking for basically how Weekend Warriors play the macro and how and kind of how 95X want to react to it, because that feels like where they've been most successful is kind of reacting to Pixel overextending or the bot lane being out of position, and Scott really making full use of the Rek'Sai passive to scout out the jungle.
Shindoki, why did he step towards the red side? He's gonna get brought down. It was an easy catch and pick right there for the Weekend Warriors. And it came at the time when you're talking about how, yeah, 95X have found most of their success being reactive. Shindoki has been one of the ones who's been trying to make those proactive plays that haven't been really able to pan out. As we saw right there, he's a little too far forward and he gets caught out. So I don't know. I do feel as if 95X are looking to make plays, but they're just not happening for him.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, like, I think the idea was good. Maybe you are just looking for that triangle vision setup.
Oh, Pixel's actually going in deep after Pengu, but the entirety of 95X is there. Teleport coming through. That should be 4 a.m. looking to rejoin the fight. Weekend Warriors want none of this, and they will walk away.
That was absolutely beautiful. Just committing the Pixel ult, Jungle Man as well, throwing down his ult, but that's a very short cooldown at this stage of the game, so you're happy to draw that out. And you get pressure on the bot side, you get the teleport out of 4 a.m. This opens the map so much for Ken of Kung Fu, and the Force is actually coming on the Baron in response.
Yeah, I like this play. They're recognizing that entire little skirmish was to set up the bot side of the map, so let's go ahead and try and take Baron while we can. Weekend Warriors, though, are going to step through the wards and actually spook them off. Teleport was burned by Ken of Kung Fu, so in the end, 95X is like, okay, you take our teleport, we'll take yours back. And guess what? We might even step right back into that Baron. So Weekend Warriors need to be very careful how they play this. They do not want to give up the giant purple worm.
Yeah, that is absolutely crucial that they did draw the teleport out of Cannon Kung Fu. So the macro game, the advantage isn't going to be there because you always want your teleport user to be splitting alongside. And crucially, it is going to be ultimate advantage to 95X. So you saw how kind of hesitant the Weekend Warriors were at stepping up, knowing that even though you had the tools like the Kaiser ult and the Nautilus ult to start the fight, you didn't have things like Pixel ult and Jungle Man ult to kind of finish it. So discretion was the better part of Valor, and both sides will reset, go back to the jungle, and probably look to kind of just set up the map for the next kind of macro play around those ultimates, around those teleport cooldowns.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be the case. I feel a disastrous team fight for either of these teams. They will give up so much, and whichever team I feel is able to sort of grab this game by its horns probably will run away with it. That pick from before, though, has started to really start giving Weekend Warriors, I feel, small incremental advantages. As we're seeing now, they are going for that Cloud Drake. Scott kind of baiting as if he was going to go for the steal. He did throw something at it there, but not going to connect. So that's been, you know, a couple kills, a couple dragons now going Weekend Warriors' way. 95X, game starting to slip out from under them.
Yeah, we talk about how Pixel likes to win by kind of a death of 1,000 cuts in the mid lane, generally, but feels like that's been the Weekend Warriors game plan. They've just been playing the map really, really nicely. They've been picking up the dragons where they want them, and their lane allocations have been generally quite clean. So it is looking quite good for them, and I feel like a lot of what they're being able to do around the map just comes around the fact that this Nautilus and Kaiser is someone you just don't want to step to. So lane priority is always going to be theirs if they want it, and they really are forcing the bot lane to kind of be reactive and play on their side of the map, which is really opening up the rest of the map for Jungle Man, Pixel, and Kano Kung Fu to be where they want to be.
Voiceseeker found Shidoki there, but was able to dodge that big old anchor, but here comes Panda Kung Fu. He's gotten to Pangu, forces out an early Featherstorm, but with the depth charges coming through, this Tizaya is in a lot of trouble. Ignite is there, the anchor hits, and Flip gets the kill on the AD carry. They want more. Jungle Man looking to get over that wall, has a lot of damage as Pixel comes running on through. It's a big double from Flip, who's doing so much damage in the middle of all this. Scott, running for his life, has been ignited. Voidseeker is not going to connect, but it doesn't matter because Pixel does so much work. 3 kills in favor of the Weekend Warriors.
Yeah, that was an absolutely huge and absolutely ballsy fight from the Weekend Warriors. So many flashes blown offensively. You'd love to see it. It means this team is on the same page. And we got the answer to the question that I was going to ask earlier, which is Zyro, one of the best team fighting ultimates for dodging out CC. But what do you dodge if you're Pengo? You saw there, dodged out the Rupture, but immediately Flop was there to follow up, knowing that that key ultimate was down, picked up the team fight win for his team.
Yeah, the dredge line and the depth charge each connecting onto Pengu, and pretty much that was it. No amount of, sort of team backup can really save an AD carry from that position, especially when Flash and the Featherstorm are burnt. Beautiful fight for the Weekend Warriors. It results in a Baron. They have taken this game over, and I want to see them start looking, take some more of these towers, start forcing a couple more fights, and possibly even try and crack the base open of 95X.
Yeah, it feels like map control just has to be seeded if you are 95X. They probably are going to be stacking up in this mid lane, or they are sending Pixel there. So eventually this mid lane will fall, and you can continue to have Kanda Kung Fu just play the side lane. Feels like he matches up pretty well against Sour Bread Man or 4am at this point, just by sheer amount of damage he does and the ability to catch these kind of short range members, if we are being perfectly honest. Even the Cannon feels like he has to play in the face of the Cho'Gath to be quite effective, so a lot of threat there, and the rest of the map just gets to, or the rest of the team rather, just gets to pressure this mid lane, and eventually it will go down.
Also, I kind of want to go back to that play before and just bring up the fact all of it was sort of put together by the fact that it is a glacial augment Cho'Gath. He dropped the spooky ghost, which sort of got the slow that kind of put Pingu in that panic mindset where he had to burn the Featherstorm right away. So the glacial augment Cho'Gath playing dividends very much so in that first big team fight. However, Pixel could be in trouble. Slicing Maelstrom will stun him amidst his shroud. That's it. Pixel's able to get over the wall, cannot dodge the shurikens, but the stun does not matter. The Akali escapes. In the mid lane, the siege is on as the rest of the Weekend Warriors are actually roaming up to possibly help out Pixel. Giving up on the siege for now, but they should get right back into that mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just going to stack up in this mid lane. You see how elusive Pixel is on this Akali. Pixel making this Akali look unnerved. Sour fancies it though.
Yeah, that's the Sour going after Kanda Kung Fu and is not winning this. Ultimate is there for both of them at the moment. Each was used. Sour still transition on Kanda Kung Fu. The burst will take down the giant void monster. Flip actually might be getting caught out as well. Here comes the dredge line, going to help knock up with Flip, and who will get deleted. And Weekend Warriors giving up 2 kills almost unnecessarily.
Yeah, unnecessarily and uncharacteristically. It generally feels like this is one of our calmer teams, but Kanda Kung Fu probably making the call that he needed the help, and maybe the rest of the team feeling like they could have gotten there in time, but unfortunately give up 2 really key kills, and this is actually going to slow down the Baron push so much. You can see Pengo and Shindoki getting into the mid lane, clearing out those Baron minions. I don't think there's going to be much more happening off this Baron play.
Yeah, the Baron play kind of got shut down, and really it's disappointing for the Weekend Warriors. All they've been able to do is to sort of secure all 3 of those tier 1 towers falling. Definitely not the play they were looking for. And 95X, all right, they've dodged 1 bullet, but the question is, can they do it again? I'm still sort of questioning this blue side's team fight once we get to that second Baron, as Jumbo Man actually looking to try and take down Scott. Flop was running up, and with that, once more, 95X back away from now. Map control still seems to be in favor of the Weekend Warrior.
Yeah, it still is, and it is going to be this Infernal Drake spawning. First Infernal, so strong, meaning they pick this up, and their team fight gets even nastier, and we've already seen how good it is with the Cho'Gath able to set up the fights. Feels like 95X have to be a lot cleverer when they start these fights. What I'm probably looking for, if they are going to be successful, is actually 4am getting onto the flanks. The Cannon needs to be relevant in this team fights, and it feels like we just haven't seen that big slicing Maelstrom that we want to see. Getting on top of Flip, getting on top of Pixel, and kind of locking them both down at the same time.
Yeah, a 0-3 and 0 Kennen was definitely not when 95X rode up on that sort of strategy board at the start of this one, but there is still time for Kennen to come through. As you can see, the stopwatch is available, so we might be seeing 4am willing to take more of those risks. Flash is just coming off cooldown now. This could be the time, because Kanda Kung Fu is not around. He does have teleport, but then again, if you are 95X, you do need the help of Sour Breadman, who's looking more interested in that mid lane. Weekend Warriors still sort of knuckled up. They're moving us forward. They're sieging that tower. I'm just waiting for one member to sort of blow this fight open.
Yeah, and crucially, I'm looking at 4am. He does have the teleport, and there was full triangle vision set up in that bot side for the potential flanking play. Really kind of wondering what the hesitation is from the Cannon to pull the trigger. Eventually, you just have to kind of go for it. Otherwise, you are just going to continue to be bled out of this game by the Weekend Warriors.
Well, I think that hesitation comes from the scoreline, unfortunately. 0-3 and 0 can play a lot on a player's mindset, and when you're feeling like you're behind, you don't want to sort of pull that trigger unless you are 100% sure it's going to pay off. But yeah, you play this game against the team comp of the Weekend Warriors in this sort of death by 1,000 cut style. They're not going to give you too much. You got lucky you got those 2 kills before off of that Baron play, but that opportunity is not going to come again unless you really step up and force it.
Yeah, and let's talk about that 95X as we've seen them in the past few weeks. We did see a good performance from them in week 2, but I believe it was the week 1 where they did get a pretty good lead against GIC, and we saw some...
Oh, Sour Bread is in a bit of a bad situation. 2v1. Sorry to cut you off because Pixel's coming as well. Going to buy some time with that stopwatch, but that just means the kill's going to go over to the Akali, or is it? The bit of a shield is not enough to make the save, so Pixel does get the kill. Kudos to Canna Kung Fu trying to steal it away with that rupture.
Yeah, nicely done. Want to see that between teammates. But yeah, as I was saying, this is a bit of what we've seen from 95X historically, is that when it comes to late game shot calling and particularly the macro game, they do seem a bit hesitant, a bit gun shy, and a bit sort of unsure about where to put themselves on the map. So maybe something we need to see cleaned up from this team, because they have been very...
Scott's going in, but he walks right into Pixel, flops in that front line, is able to get onto Shindoki, who's quite low. The slicing Maelstrom gets a couple stones, but it's not enough, because straight through the middle of Weekend Warriors, the entirety of 95X just got disintegrated, and that's going to be a second Baron.
Yeah, I said it again. I said it before, I'm going to say it again. What nerf says Pixel is he just slices through the enemy team. Health bar's disappearing. Going to be a free Baron picked up off some beautiful play by Canna Kung Fu. Such just the role player for his team, always doing what the team needs.
Ace, and in Scott's face, a teleport, making a timely save actually, and all of a sudden, Flip might be in trouble. So Breadman trying to do that hero play. He does take Flip down, but in the 1v4 will fall immediately after. One Baron gone for 95X. I don't think that's enough.
Yeah, it's not enough. Flip kind of flipped out there, but he is going to be perfectly fine respawning. 4 Barons are on the rest of the team. They are just going to be grouping around the Kaiser anyway, so it doesn't really feel like that kill's particularly significant. Just kind of, Flip should probably chill. That's all I'm going to say.
I want to go back before to that fight which enabled that Baron. It was not just Pixel doing that damage. Canna Kung Fu went ahead, got that death cap sort of secured on the Cho'Gath as well, and he was flying through that as well with a giant silence in the middle of that all, which really sort of stopped 95X from getting the abilities off when they needed them. Obviously as well, the slicing Maelstrom from 4 AM didn't quite connect, and yeah, team fight wise, Weekend Warriors are definitely proving to be the better of the two teams.
Yeah, and I also think, going back to my point I was making before, it feels like the macro decisions in the late game just aren't quite there for 95X yet, and we want to see them clean it up. I really do think this cannon needs to be teleporting in from flanking positions, or just generally approaching the fight from flanking positions. It's kind of why you buy the Spellbinder on the cannon. But yeah, we just haven't seen 4AM be able to put that play together, and so often it feels like he's grouped up with the team where he doesn't need to be, where the wave clear is always going to be there for the rest of the squad, and he can be doing something else, setting up a play elsewhere. And maybe that kind of plays into the mindset of this player where, you know, we kind of saw previous weeks where he was successful in the Mordecai, so it was just being in his opponent's face.
Sour Breadman thinks he might have Pixel, and that he does, using the depth chart from the Nautilus ult he stole will help secure the kill to Pengu. So that's another Baron buff gone, and really it's from the two big carries of the Weekend Warriors. And this is the second Baron in a row where Weekend Warriors just seem to be giving away kills unnecessarily, and this could be that big fight. Shindoki going in super deep, is able to get to Flip, who has to actually burn Flash, it looked like, or just sort of jumped away. 4AM gets the Maelstrom in the middle of everyone, but no one's going to be too locked down. Pengu is able to take down the self-sacrificing Nautilus on the bottom of your screen there. Flip is so low, the chase is still on, but it doesn't look as if 95X is going to catch them. In the end, it's a 2-for-1.
Yeah, it was so close for 95X, but you see what I was talking about. When push comes to shove, it feels like this team just brute forces their way into fights when better teams will have the finesse to try and dodge out. Flop was an absolute hero on the front line, just peeling for Flip, who nearly went down, just saved at the last second by that stopwatch, and some good positioning just to be on the edge of that slicing Maelstrom. I believe he ulted to the side, and it's just not going to work from 95X if they keep going for these fights. They need to reset, get their cooldowns back, and get some actual good positioning on the map, get some wards down, and start to approach these fights with some intelligence.
At the same time, though, I feel as if 95X, though, did get what they wanted from that fight. They stopped the Baron push, they got a couple kills, and I'm looking at Shindoki in this one, who's been trying to be that playmaker. This has been the most success he's had so far this game in making that play, so definitely is a case of a small confidence booster, I feel, for 95X. Obviously, the fight didn't go exactly how they wanted. Weekend Warriors are, again, proving to be this elusive team, but small baby steps, perhaps, for 95X, and they can fight back in this one. They've survived 2 Baron pushes already, so they cannot afford to face a third.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Barons do get stronger, so that may be a window back into this game, and I believe we do have the Elder Drake spawning in 4 minutes. So if they can get some sort of lane priority and contest that objective, then potentially a window back into this game. And I do think you're right. I think we can't take anything away from the individual performances of certain members on this team. Feels like Shindoki has been really, really good. Sourbled Man has looked good, and Scott's early pathing was fantastic to get them what felt like a lead at times. It felt like they were doing what they needed to do, but yeah, overall feels like this team has felt a bit lost in the last 5 minutes, and I just want to see them put it together. I think they still have the tools to pull off a successful fight, but they need to approach it correctly.
Yeah, they do need to approach it correctly, and I'm sorry to keep playing devil's advocate on this one, but I'm also
No,
looking at
please
Weekend
do.
Warriors. I kind of want to see them close the game cleanly, because with 2 Baron buffs and they haven't been able to crack the base, that's a bit distressing. Scott, though, might be getting caught out. The depth charges did go there, and that damage is being thrown onto this Rek'Sai, who has no choice but to jump himself in the middle of everyone as he falls down. A great pickup for the Weekend Warriors, and now 5-on-4. This could be that power play that they need to finally start getting some inhibitors.
Yeah, finally taking down Scott. He's one of the key engaged members of the team, especially with the way that 4AM has been approaching his fights. Means that you just get to kind of slowly bleed them out, take out this top lane tier 2. And they actually are just playing this really respectful, probably knowing that Shindoki does have the ultimate up now. So they kind of just have to play this a little bit slowly.
That they do, and Sour Man still looking to try and make a play right there. Didn't connect onto Pixel. Something else I want to bring attention to, Pingu has gone ahead and got that QSS tax paid finally, so it's going to be even harder to bring the Xayah down, who with 3 items, same as Flip, can be just as devastating in one of these team fights. And I feel as we pass the 35-minute mark, we're at that stage of the game where if you can take down either Pingu or Flip, that's how you win this game.
Yeah, I do agree to an extent. I think that most of the consistent damage will be coming from them, but then I'm questioning how much you have to throw at Flip in particular before Pixel really starts to do what he wants to do in these fights. So a lot of it has to be very cleanly executed, and I think a lot of that does come back to 4AM. I feel like I've said that a lot, and it just feels like it has to happen. But we are in a bit of a reset state, as both teams do feel like they're waiting for either the Baron or the Elder, because it's going to be the Baron spawning up first, and at this point, Weekend Warriors, with their relative strength, are able to just push that lane priority and likely are going to be able to invade for Triangle and set up this Baron quite nicely.
You know what's actually kind of horrifying in this one as well, speaking of 4AM in this? He's at the verge of getting Flame Horizoned against the Glacial Augment Cho'Gath, who has now gotten a Morellonomicon to go with that death cap. We're talking about Flip and Pixel and the damage they can do. No one wants to touch this Cho'Gath, or well, maybe Sour Man does, as he actually is able to disrupt the teleport, so that is huge. Doesn't matter, Weekend Warriors are still trying to work on that Baron, who's quite low. The fight is up, and there is the slicing Maelstrom that 95X needed. They take down 2 members. They're trying to chase down Pixel as well. The Baron has been reset. Pixel forced to use that hourglass to buy time, but he will get eaten by members of 95X as soon as it finishes. There it goes. They'll get the Baron. They'll win the fight, and 95X possibly has just taken this game right on back. Cannon Kung Fu trying to fight Sour Man, goes ahead and uses his own Zonius to buy time, and they take down the Cho'Gath. That is 4 members of the Weekend Warriors done.
Yeah, Sour Man so clutch, interrupting the teleport from Cannon Kung Fu, and 4AM finally finds the slicing Maelstrom that he needs. Means that 95X are going to finally pick up the 3rd Baron of the game. Remember, they do scale, so they're going to get a lot of work done with this Baron. And not only that, is Baron picked up with the Elder spawning in less than 15 seconds. They are on track to potentially close this game out.
95X has just taken this game back and then some, and it was finally off of that slicing Maelstrom from 4AM. We had been talking about it. There was going to be a time where he needed to step up. Nearly Flame Horizon, 0-4-1 until that ultimate was used, and all of a sudden, this Kennen bringing his team back into the game, and this is that carry performance that we were looking at towards him at the start of everything.
Yeah, he finally finds it, but this Elder is going to be so crucial for the rest of this game. Want to see how Weekend Warriors approach this. Do they even contest at this point? I feel like the answer has to be yes, but very, very carefully formal.
I'm wondering what 4AM is actually doing there and not trying to get pressure on that sideline, because they do have the teleport advantage. However, too late to back away now. The Elder Dragon has already been secured, and the team is moving as 5. They're looking at that mid lane. Heck, Shindoki, even going through the jungle, they might be able to try and find a pick. Cannon Kung Fu taking a dangerous path. Shindoki going after it. Not able to connect, but he does get the spooky ghosts out of the Cho'Gath.
And this is where you start to question the lack of a tank on the side of Weekend Warriors, or at least a dedicated tank. You've got Flop, who is a reasonably tanky boy, but there's no one who can really stand in the front line and set up the wave clear for Weekend Warriors and really enable them to deal with this Baron push. Counter Kung Fu feels like he's potentially going to melt in the face of that Elder Dragon damage, and Flop will not last long either. So the windows of opportunity for Weekend Warriors are slowly starting to close, and really need to see 95X push this lead. They need to be in the faces of their opponents if they're going to close this game out.
Yeah, that definitely might be the case. Now, I have to quickly make sure we're not going webcams on us tonight, right?
No. So you're
okay,
fine.
good, because I've taken off my shirt now. I'm starting to feel the heat of this one because this game is getting that level of exciting, at least for me, as we approach that 40-minute mark, 39:45. The guild is once again less than 1,000, but it is 95X's turn to push and siege. They have gone to the top lane now. They've got those Baron minions. They have that Elder Dragon buff, and Weekend Warriors, they just feel powerless. They cannot step towards this 95X side. They're taking inhibitors. They're looking to possibly try and end the game off of this push, perhaps. Nope, they're going to back away, at least for now.
They're going to reset. So the Elder is going to wear off fairly soon. It feels like that is your opportunity. Baron is just about done as well. So if you are going to have the window back in this game, all ultimates up on Weekend Warriors means that it feels like the pressure is on. You have to start looking for the game-winning fight very, very soon.
Yeah, but it's not as if, 95X has, taken them out of the safety zone. Flips in trouble! Oh, Slicing Maelstrom through, and they've deleted both the Kai'Sa and the Nautilus. The bot lane for Weekend Warriors is down, and with 2 members gone, it means this push from 95X can continue. And take a look where they're heading. It's right back to that open inhib. It's right back to that top lane. They want to crack this base.
Yeah, Baron buffs is still on. They could potentially look for the end here.
They might have Can. They're trying to chase it down. Shindoki's knocked up. And the damage from Can Kung Fu just eats Shindoki alive, quite literally, as that was the killing blow. But off the backside, Scott is able to find Jungle Man underneath those Nexus towers. Sour Bread Man looking for that outplay on the Pixel. Not going to find the kill, but it's 4v2. Weekend Warriors' hopes rely on Can Kung Fu and Pixel, and I do not like their odds against 4 members strong of 95X. The first Nexus tower will fall. Scott is still leading the charge. 7 seconds on the flop, and it looks like they're going to push him away from now. Pixel does get the Zonia out of Sour Bread Man, but at what cost? He's getting chased down. Featherstorm is there and secures the kill onto Pixel. Meanwhile, Can Kung Fu falls as well. Flip and Flop back up. It's up to them to defend this Nexus. Flop gets on the Sour Bread Man, but has to use the Zonia. Meanwhile, Flip on the backside, he does find 1 kill, but Flop is able to take down the Nexus, and 95X win the game.
And what a game it was. Weekend Warriors getting dropped by 95X off at what it feels like some really crucial errors in that late game. 95X finally putting together a late game of some sort. It feels like this team does have their struggles in the late game, but they finally managed to put it together. They finally found the slicing Maelstrom they need. About 3 fights in a row. Got the Elder, got the Baron. 3rd Baron for them was so big, and they just went for the throat right there and then for them.
Yeah, that game, first of all, what a great way to kick off OCAL Week 3 with a banger of a match. It was close from start to finish. And I'm looking at Weekend Warriors, I'm like, okay, they weren't able to close this one out, and they had 2 Barons to do it, but at the same time, 95X, the resolve, that defense, 4 AM, someone who struggled for 35 minutes in that game, finally gets the big ultimate that he needs. They win that first big team fight, and from there, it was pretty much over. And I actually want to go back to the very, very start of this game, where it was 95X for the first 10 minutes, sort of making those proactive plays. They were the ones getting the objectives. They're the ones controlling the tempo. As soon as they got that tempo back, they seem to know exactly what to do. So I feel this is very much a team that needs to play with that forward momentum.
Yeah, it feels like this match went back and forth, and I think we saw a lot of positive moments from both sides. As you said, the early game from 95X, then Weekend Warriors had some nice map allocations, but in the end, just some small micro errors feel like they really did cost the game for Weekend Warriors. So something to tune up for weeks going forward, and I think 95X looking a lot stronger than I think a lot of people may have put them down. I know you had them particularly rated high.
I was the only one. I was the only one who picked them to win today, by the way, out of the entire Summoner Society broadcast team. I didn't think it was going to be like this, though. I don't think anyone could have predicted this. But that said, we have an analyst desk to discuss this one in a bit more detail. So I believe it's going to be time to throw it back to them. But remember, after the analyst desk, a quick break, and then it will be game 2. So we'll see you guys soon. Baz, it's all on you.
I can't believe the team with the cannon won the game.
Yes, thank you for that formal and weapon from guys. What do we even call that game? That was yeah, a thing. We'll call it a thing. Still Baz
It
joined
was a
by
mess.
yes, joined here
It's
by Stefo and Perplexer here, guys. We're gonna try and break down this disaster of a game for Weekend Warriors here. And guys, where would you like to start?
Wow, Weekend Warriors had their chance, is what I'm going to start with.
Yeah.
It looked really,
that's one
it
way to
looked,
start.
they looked really in control for the first 25-30 minutes. 4 a.m. was shut down by the slow build Cho'Gath, which I was very impressed with, but he turned it around really hard, and especially in the points where it mattered in the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, no. They lost it. Like I can't put it any more bluntly than that. I mean, yes, 95X capitalized on the mistakes they made. They let they let themselves be in a position to take back the game. They were at the Baron in the right place. They had the vision. They got the picks. But like Weekend Warriors, like they didn't need to fight a bunch of those fights. They didn't need to take those risks, and they took the risks and they lost the game. And that's all I can really say about it, right? Like.
That was like we got it down there. That is the longest OCAL game so far, week number 3. And I mean, guys, is there anything? Well, there is obviously quite a few things, but what do you think Weekend Warriors should have done to secure that game? Because 95X started off very strong, then they dropped the ball, and Weekend Warriors like caught them out straight away, and it looked like they were basically on the right path to get the win, and then just we stuffed up, boys. That's it. So
Yeah, no, that's like the basis of it, right? Like they had the Kai'Sa pick, they had the scale with that. You know, they had a late game insurance policy, they had this glacial augment Cho'Gath to help them control team fights, right? I'm not really sure about the Comet Kha'Zix. I think that there's definitely better picks. Like if you wanted to go something that lets it work with Comet, like there's better jungle picks. And if you wanted to pick an assassin, like why are you going Comet? But I mean the theory was there. I don't think it had enough of an impact on the game. I think while yes, he got a couple kills early, he couldn't really do anything with it. So it's a bit unfortunate to see. But overall, we got the hats on. We're looking stylish, and I hope Weekend Warriors can realize that looking at their game, they might need to make a couple adjustments at their mid to late game.
yeah,
And they too can be a star.
They can be a star. Anyone can be a star.
Get some snapbacks. Apparently, is what Harrison's telling us to do. Get some stylish swag, and you'll be good. Apparently, of course, not sponsored, by the way. How about the chance like then, guys? The pick and ban stuff happening there, because as you guys mentioned, there was this glacial org Cho'Gath that just appeared, and everyone was just like, hang on a minute, what's going on? But then there was also the Kha'Zix Comet as well.
I like the theory of the Cho'Gath, right?
Yeah.
I think that it functions very similar to a Nico top. I think it allows for crowd control in team fights. You just lock down and kill somebody. But the issue with it is that he didn't do anything with it, right?
Yeah.
Like he was on the side. He was like kind of just there, but he didn't have the follow-up. Pixel would get caught. He would have an assassin Kha'Zix jungler who can't really like fight team fights. And so the only real person who could do anything with it was Kai'Sa, and Kai'Sa would just get one shot by the rest of the team. So, in theory, it works well. It did okay into Kennen top lane, obviously. Kennen was 0-4 at like 20 minutes. But yeah, if you're going to pick something like that, you need to have the team to back it up. And I just don't think that they had it and they didn't play to it. So it's unfortunate to see it get wasted.
Especially with the double assassin comp like they were running too. It's a comp that you need to make work before 30-35 minutes tops. Otherwise, you start getting overrun. You start losing what you set out to do, and is take the game early. And there you go. It doesn't really give much room for the Kai'Sa to be able to do what she wants to do later on, because your front line is, well, AP
Dead.
Cho'Gath with a slow build.
Your front line is dead. But no, I mean, yeah, I agree. I think that it doesn't really suit the comp. It's a good pick isolated and in theory, but when you look at the bigger picture, it just doesn't quite work. So, yeah, 95X did well that game. I think that no one can really take it away from them. I think the Kennen really came back strong later in the game, and yeah, overall, really good stuff.
And of course, after that, if you guys did check the predictions at the start of the day, I don't want to bring this up, guys. I don't want to bring this up. Why am I forced to do this? This sucks. Okay. First off, Perplexer and I had a flawless run, by the way. Ignoring week 1. Don't look at week 1, by the way.
Well,
But we had a flawless run.
And now we're not.
Now we got a
This breaks
blemish.
my heart. Formal?
Not to
I hope you're
mention,
happy.
yeah,
I
so
hope
not
you're
to
happy,
mention, Formal was the only one out of all of us that had faith in 95X to take that one out. Guys, now we have to deal with Mr. Von Neumann going off about this pick. I mean, it's gonna be bad. But yeah, I guess just closing that game out there, was there any like picks or bans or anything else further in the game that you guys feel as if Weekend Warriors could have changed even slightly to win the game, even from the beginning?
Don't run the Kazakhs.
Don't run the Kazakhs with the
Not a good
with the
champion.
comment. Like, comment Kazakhs. Your objective as Kazakhs is to assassinate.
Yeah.
You can create lots of CC with the Spike Evolve first, like we saw, and the comet damage does add up over time, but no.
You're not going to sustain
he's
damage.
built to,
You're
he's
picking
built to
Kazakhs.
one shot. He's built to one shot somebody, not CC for your team. You want a CC champion? You pick Zach. You pick Sejuani. You pick Jarvan. Pick Elise
You want-
even.
You want like a one-shot champion? Pick J4, right? Like just don't play Kazakhs.
And that's the thing, though, J4 was just straight up banned out.
Oh, he was.
As well, which is something you saw, yeah. And that,
there's like Xin Zhao and there's like Rek'Sai was obviously picked, but they had first pick on it. Like
Zach,
Pick Lee Sin.
Lee Sin, right? Like, there's so many better options. Anyway, I think that summarizes that game. I don't really want to like bag on too much about it. Like they know they made mistakes. They can obviously look back and improve from that. Going into next week, I'm sure they'll be stronger. But for now,
it's heartbreaking. It's very heartbreaking.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, that's league. You know, that's just what happens. And I hope these guys can come back and improve themselves for next week to take on the next team and maybe get a win there and further themselves into OCAL. So, of course, the next upcoming game, guys, will be UTS Academy taking on Vendetta. Just touching base on this one before we jump to break here, guys. UTS Academy are down 0-2. They had a full roster change in week 2 as well, surprising everyone. Vendetta, though, as well, coming in as the top seed here. So it's basically the top seed versus arguably the weakest team in the league right now. How do you think this one's going to play out?
I don't really want to say anything, but Vendetta are probably one of the best teams in the league, and UTS are not. And that's my analysis of this game.
See, unlike you being afraid, I'm willing to say it out front. Vendetta, they've been
Big brain
dominant
stuff.
throughout. Vendetta, the absolute dominant force that they are, I feel like they have the greatest chance of taking this away. Now, I do love a good underdog tale, just like the 95X game that we just watched.
Yeah.
But I don't see it happening 2 times in a row.
No, but like, okay, but like 95X and Weekend Warriors are like this difference in like theoretical skill level, and then the next game is like not that. So you know what? We'll see how it plays out, but not liking my odds for UTS.
So, guys, we'll have to wait and see. All eggs are in UTS or in Vendetta's basket. It's up to UTS. You know, just tip that one over and see if they can sneak out a win from those guys. So we're just going to a quick break, guys. When we come right back, it will be UTS Academy taking on Vendetta in our second match of the night for OCAL 2019.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the OCAL Week 3. We've already seen one spectacular upset with 95X beating Weekend Warriors, although I still stand by that wasn't too much of an upset. That's what should have happened. But maybe not in that fashion. But if we're on the topic of upsets, maybe we might see what could be the biggest upset of the tournament thus far, because we have UTS Academy taking on Vendetta, and this is literally a case of the number 8 ranked team taking on the number 1 ranked team.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like this is a massive underdog story. This UTS lineup only just put together last week, and it feels like they have an uphill battle. But we're looking at some of the players on this team, and I mean, rank doesn't mean everything in these 5v5 competitions, with, if we're being perfectly honest, but there's some high-ranked players on this team, and there's a lot of them. So you have to think that eventually, Formal, this team may come together and find what they need to put the wins together if they do have that level of skill. It's just that level of cohesion that we're lacking. And on the other side, we were kind of talking about the fact that Vendetta, they obviously do feel like they're very much our number 1 team in a lot of ways. They have the power in the top lane, the bot lane, and they have 2 incredibly strong junglers they can call on. But we really are looking at RNG Arrow to be that consistency that the team needs. Feels like last week he maybe had a bit too much fun. We want to see something cleaner from him.
Yeah, and week 1 as well against Natives on that Aurelia, I remember distinctly because I was casting that game. He had a bit of a roughie, so I feel as if Vendetta, they need this to be their almost staple match to like show everyone, yes, this is why we're the number 1 team, and these number 8 teams can't come close. Whereas for UTS Academy, I want to see who amongst this actually very talented roster can step up and be a leader, can show fight in the squad, that they're not just going to roll over and play dead because they're that unknown team.
Absolutely.
We are already, though, into these picks and bans, and we're seeing some familiar trends. Once more, Silas actually turning into that priority pick is got insta-locked really at number 1, but the response, a Renekton and a Kai'Sa.
Yeah, and Renekton feels like he can pretty much match against the Sylas anywhere he goes if he wants to play it in the mid lane or the top lane. Obviously not going to see the Renekton in the jungle, but a reasonably good match into that Sylas that gets to beat him up early on. We are seeing our first deviation away from the classic bot lane meta of the Zyra and the Kai'Sa. It's going to be the Lucian picked up by Arcane. So I do like this. Was one of the classic matchups into the Kai'Sa that we did see. You just kind of aim to smash the Kai'Sa before she scales, and the Elise definitely lends itself into that form where you're looking to just power gank early on.
The thing about the Lucian as well, although we most likely won't see it, it is that bit of a flex pick. You can, find that matchup that you like for it in mid. Possibly you'll go there, especially if the Sylas is going top. The Elise, though, in the jungle, one of my favorite feast or famine type jungles, that aggression is going to be so critical. And again, something like a Sejuani, there might actually be openings for Feifei to be that sort of playmaker right now for the 95X. That said, what Vendetta are putting together right now seems a lot more conventional, and I'm actually hoping the Renekton is going to be going to the top lane on blue. We've already seen this guy be a monster during the laning phase in both of their games so far. I believe he's like nearly event Flame Horizon to both of them. And on a Renekton, something that he can be aggressive on, something that he can really fight, especially if it's against that Sylas. Blue has potential to really take this game over already.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about Blue. The young prodigy of the Vendetta lineup feels like he can just outplay anyone on the top lane, on pretty much any team in this tournament. He has had a few, I feel like he's kind of like RNG Arrow, where he's had a few happy moments. I believe there was a moment on the Camille versus Mordekaiser matchup against 4am where he kind of just flashed into the Mordekaiser queue and then felt bad for himself in a play where he probably could have not gone for it. So this feels like a young player who does tend to just go for the plays when maybe a little bit more restraint might be more effective. But then when we're looking for the consistency, I think that's where Mr. Styled comes in. The bot lane of Styled and Kimchi can just be this consistent force. And Nautilus has made it through bans for them.
Yeah, they opted to get rid of the Pike and the Morgana as opposed to the Nautilus. So not only does Nautilus make it through the bans, but it makes it through a ban phase focused on supports. In fact, Braum was banned away as well. This is definitely a win right now for Vendetta, and I know if I am Kimchi, I am super happy I got this pick. For the record, for those of you at home who might be confused, Buttercat is also known as Kimchi, or at least he was on his time during the OCS, so that's kind of why I may call him, and we might switch back and forth between the two. I'm not sure which one he specifically wants to be called for this tournament, but I know him as Kimchi.
Yeah, I like Kimchi, and I think we get a lot of that in these community level tournaments. People like to just play on their random accounts that have weird names. But I do want to give a shout out to Paladin, Dark Paladin on Vendetta, who actually specifically changed his name so that we could call him what we know him as. That is a class act if I've ever seen one.
Oh, season 2. We are seeing season 2 right now for UTS Academy. I call Lucian Leona season 2. That's a kind of almost an inside joke for myself, but I love that bot lane. It's the bot lane that I used to win the only tournament I ever participated in, and it was back in season 2. So I like to see that little combo being put together. Kennen as well getting locked in for UTS Academy, and that tells me Silas is most likely going mid, which means we might be seeing blue on the Aurelia this time, or perhaps RNG Arrow. I'm curious. We're going to be seeing, I feel this swap chicken at the end here.
Exactly, yeah. I think at this point you curate the matchup for the Renekton, look to put him into the Silas so you can shut down that matchup. Feels like a bit of a miserable time into the Kennen, so you're looking for whoever gets the Silas to face down the Renekton. And yeah, you touched on the bot lane. I love this pairing. You obviously see the Braum banned away from UTS on the side of Vendetta. So the next logical pickup is going to be going to something that's aggressive. You can smash this guys early, and then you can just move that lane around the map and just siege down towers and be this indomitable force. And on the other side, though, I do like the Nautilus in terms of the late game team fight. So I think what Vendetta put together is going to be formidable in the late game if UTS don't get rolling.
Yeah, if the second UTS gets rolling, actually, it could be a tough time for Vendetta. And this is more reason why I'm excited to see Arrow on this Renekton pick against Back in Time on the Silas. Because Arrow is someone who has been the big question mark for me for Vendetta. It's sort of been that one, okay, a couple shaky performances, but the team has kind of pulled them out and they've still been able to get those wins. In this matchup, you're on the team that is supposed to be better. You're in the matchup that is supposed to be better. I feel Arrow needs to win this mid lane and needs to win it hard, not just for his team because he really is most of that early game pressure coming out of them, but also I feel looking forward to sort of show us why Vendetta is considered to be that #1 team. Obviously the W is more important, and if they get that he should still be happy, but I really want to see Arrow have his breakthrough performance, and it almost feels as if all the tools are lined up for him right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about this, how there's a lot of very strong mid laners in this tournament. There is Pixel, there is now Sourbread Man, who I think we just saw put on an MVP performance in that last game. Really felt like he kept his team in that game more often than not. So Arrow feels like someone who's on that top 3, top 4 kind of spectrum who we've yet to see really, really impress us like those other mid laners have. So we're looking for a strong performance. And you are right, it's going to be a lot of early pressure towards that mid-jungle duo from Paladin and Arrow. You look at the synergies there, Sejuani, Renekton uses the W, gets to stack up that passive very, very quickly. And you're kind of the flip side on the other side of the map for Vendetta is that Aurelia is going to be largely neutralized by Killer 624, a new addition to the lineup for UTS in the top side, so it is going to be looking to play more of a scaling game. And Kaiser and Nautilus against the Lucian and Leona, you really are just sitting back and waiting for your item spikes, probably looking to build that AP build, get that tier stacking, and just play a bit of a chill game.
Yeah, I think that chill game is really what Styled and Kimchi are looking for. I know there are also people in this tournament that sort of see these two as well as the best bot lane in the tournament. That's why I'm kind of curious for this matchup and why I'm hoping they are sort of able to stay back at scale, because Arcane and Akano, these are two very, very skilled solo queue players. Like, from the small bit of research that we were able to get out there, we recognized that, like, okay, hold up. In a solo queue game, this is actually quite even. So I mentioned before, I want to see members of UTS Academy step up and show they can be that carry. Well, that's where I'm looking for this squad. I want to see this be the game where Arcane and Akano sort of show themselves as, we are the UTS identity. We are going to win through bot lane, and we have an aggressive bot lane here. Lucian, Leona, we're going to be looking to get kills. We're going to get onto style, and we're going to bring down this Kaisa. It doesn't matter that Kimchi is on a Nautilus. We're going to win these fights, and we have a hyper-aggressive jungle right now with this Elise with Fifi. So I'm definitely feeling as if UTS is going to win this game, I want to see it through that bot lane.
Yeah, you're right. And I think a lot of that, as you touched on, is going to come off the back of, I'm going to go with Fei Fei, because the Elise is really going to be, as we see a lot in these games, the catalyst for a lot of what the bot lane wants to do. You want to chain CC with that, you know, get the Lucian down, get the culling down, and just kind of shred through either the Nautilus or the Kaiser at this point, you're kind of happy with whoever you catch, and you can probably secure that kill. And then I think you actually do stick around, you look to siege that bot lane, and actually look to get the lane swaps in as soon as possible so you can really keep the tempo in this game.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And, you know, if the tempo starts to go in UTS's favor and they start to snowball with it, that's how these upsets will happen. And for UTS, this is their second time we are seeing this team play as a group. This is not the same team that qualified. It is the same organization, same coaching staff, a complete sort of redo of the roster, and I'm excited to see how they are able to sort of pull through in this one, as though once again we do have to pause at that 15-second mark. I do apologize, but very, very shortly we will be back on the Rift for what will be our second game here of week 3.
Yeah, and let's look at some of the summoners down the line as well, because
yeah, looking at some of those summoners as you're mentioning, a couple kind of unique ones, but nothing too crazy. I do want to take note of, you know, the Klepto on the Kennen. Second time we've seen that. Last time we saw an AP Kennen. Is it going to be the same time this one around?
yeah, what I wanted to touch on actually was the cleanse from Styled, and I think that's very symptomatic of the fact that they want to play this lane quite chill. I think Styled is probably going to look to absorb the pressure on the bot side. You kind of think that Feifei is going to be looking to set up on the side lane, so Blue probably going to have to watch himself as well, and then it's really going to be playing around the mid lane for Vendetta. So the cleanse just lends itself to that. So I expect to see Styled probably end up in a 1v2 situation more often than not, with Buttercat roaming, looking to get RNG Arrow ahead.
That does make a lot of sense, and I think, you know, those sort of roaming 3-man ganks that we saw 95X attempt in our first game might become prevalent again in this one, but more coming from the red side this one around. Obviously, Dark Paladin wants to work with those melee characters on the Sejuani, so if Buttercat is able to roam with Paladin and put more pressure on an already winning matchup, definitely a situation where Vendetta might be super happy to try and snowball RNG Arrow, who, like, mention it again, and this is going to be the last time I bring it up, maybe, I promise. Yes, mechanically, and yes, in theory, this guy should be one of the best players in this tournament. He just hasn't had that signature match yet. All of the pieces are in place for him to really explode this game, and I want to see it.
Yeah, absolutely want to see it. And let's talk a little bit more about the matchups, because we don't expect a massively explosive game early on. Still looking at where Feifei does decide to go, as Arrow does get a nice trade down. And I talked about the top lane, how it's going to be potentially just mostly neutralized by Killer's kind of existence on this champion, on Kennen. But I think we have to look at the synergies. Paladin does have an option there. If he does look to throw off the pathing and maybe not play too much around Arrow in the early game, which is the expectation you'd think from the side of UTS, then potentially he can get there, get the stacks up, and
an early Dredgeline on the Arcane gets a flash, but Styles going to flash after him. The Ignite was dropped onto the Kaisa, actually, which is a bit surprising, but they won't get the kill already. Explosions in the bot lane up top as well. Blue and Killer going at it. It is Blue initially winning that trade, however, yeah, Kimchi, great engage.
Great engage and a lot of damage on that champion. You absolutely have to respect it. The reason they knew that they could do that is because the bot lane did leash on the bot side, so the Elise was going for the traditional 3-camp recall into top side, although it looks like she is actually rocking around to top.
Oh, beautiful stun and flash dodge by Blue, though, will stop that gank in its path. Moderately successful because they did get the flash out of Blue, so possibility for a return gank as once again, back in time going after Arrow, and Arrow's actually in a bit of trouble. Back in time initially winning this trade, but those minions are getting that damage back. Arrow forces the flash out back in time, and with that last auto, will get first blood with the solo kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, calculated by Arrow. As soon as you saw the 45 on the Fury meter, you know that kill was absolutely done. Back in time knew it as well, tried to back out, but Arrow with the mechanics, dash through the minions, get the Q down, get the autos down, and secure the kill. Really well played. Redick's such a fun champion to watch when you watch someone who's played a lot of this champion, because there's little intricacies that you can fit into your combos.
And here comes Dark Paladin, kind of doing what you said before, making his face known in that top lane. Not quite going to connect on the Killer, but waits around in the bush and now is in Killer's face. Blue is a bit far back, though. He's going ahead farming, but it might not matter. This Sejuani doing so much damage to Killer, who was able to buy enough time for Feifei to make his way up. Another good stun from Blue, though, will sort of stop this Elise, who is still looking at Dark Paladin as a potential kill. Going to throw the cocoon, it will connect, but Blue will step forward and is trying to throw some damage back. Feifei trying to go under tower, does not have the damage to bring down the Sejuani, who will escape on the Sliver of Health.
Yeah, Sliver of Health feels like if the at least had like 2 more AD, that would have been absolutely a guaranteed kill, but unfortunately does walk away. Or unfortunately for Feifei, does walk away to Dark Paladin. But really well done by Paladin, I think, to find the aggressive play and get out. Arrow is absolutely having his way with it.
Yeah, he's having his way with back in time, but Feifei is coming from above. Arrow just walks right through the spider, going ahead and flash over it, but Feifei's still going to chase after it. They're looking to potentially go under tower, or Arrow, he's standing around. He's trying to bait them in. He wants this fight. He's going back into the lane. He has to be really careful right here. Back in time, throwing some damage down. He's looking for that kill, and he will get it down. Arrow, there is some aggression, and there is confidence in yourself, but that looked like suicide to me.
Yeah, it looked like suicide, but...
Paladin going right after Arcane. The Void Seeker does connect. Paladin's going to start walking away, but here comes the Dredge Line. Connects onto Kano. It's a 4v3 in favor of UTS, and they are piling damage onto Kimchi. Down goes the Nautilus, and that is 2 kills in favor of UTS Academy.
Now, the mid lane kill I could have forgiven, but that feels like Vendetta are just trying to do too much too early on in this game, where their composition just doesn't allow it. The Lucian and the Leona so powerful in this early lane, and Paladin's looking like he's trying again.
Oh my
No,
gosh,
he is
yeah, it
not.
looks like they're going right back into this Paladin. This time we'll jump over the wall. And yeah, both of those kills just reeked of overconfidence coming out of Vendetta, which is not something you want to be doing less than 10 minutes into a game. Maybe when you have a couple more kills under your belt, you can start looking for those kind of stylish, crazy plays. But RNG Arrow, he just walked right into his death, and maybe he's the leader of this team, and people were thinking, hey, if our leader's going to do that, we should as well, because we saw the same thing in the bot lane.
Yeah, follow the leader there, but I want to give RNG Arrow the credit. I think he saw the Fury stacked up at 45, knew that his next auto attack would bring him up to the point where he'd have an empowered spell, and maybe had a bit of option paralysis, not having quite enough heal, and back in time really recognizing his opportunity really, really well. So we were looking for a good showing from at least one member of UTS, and maybe that's signs of what we're going to expect from this player. Maybe he is going to be the catalyst for this team.
You say that, but at the moment, yes, he has a couple kills. One of them was kind of gifted to him in the bot lane there. The other one earned in mid. But he's still not winning this lane by any stretch of the imagination. Already 20 CS down. As yeah, we expected, things to be going this Crocodile's way. I wasn't expecting it to be this high in terms of CS differential, especially considering that Back in Time does have a couple kills, as it looks like they're going to fight again. Not really going to commit on that one, but yeah, this mid lane matchup definitely been explosive thus far.
Yeah, it is, and those 2 kills do feel like they're going to be very, very important moving forward. The Crocodile really wants to be able to just enforce his will on the wave, really make sure that the Silas can't even step up to him so that he can constantly look for the trades that he wants. You can see even now, Back in Time does have to play back quite a bit, but that's probably just a symptom of the minion wave position more than anything. He is just looking for that poke. But you can kind of see the confidence that Back in Time is able to play with the extra gold he has picked up, which has almost neutralized the CS lead. Almost. He's about 300 gold behind, which is not a significant amount. And Feifei is in his back pocket.
Yeah, here comes Feifei again, trying to sort of spook Arrow away. Feifei, to his credit as well, definitely has had a bit of an impact in this first 7.5 minutes, as Killer trying to fight with Blue right now. Going to go ahead, each of them using their ultimates. Killer is the one who uses Flash to escape, so trade going in Blue's favor.
Yeah, Blue is just kind of mechanics maxing all over that cannon. It's beautiful to watch. It feels like he's landing that stun every single time, and you don't want that, Kimchi. You're so lucky.
Yeah, Kimchi definitely sort of teasing fate right there. I was about to say, Kimchi might not want it, but I definitely do like seeing an Aurelia taking it to Kennen. Fun fact, though, Kennen is actually not my least favorite champion, not by a long margin.
Oh, yeah? Who do you hate more than Kennen?
Talon.
Oh, yeah, I can...
Aurelian Soul
mid-laner.
player.
Yeah.
I'm an Aurelian Soul player, okay? No talents, please. Ocean Drake, though, is going to be taken by Vendetta, so... not too surprising. You saw Feifei kind of roaming more towards the top, playing around that mid lane, so they're going to be able to sneak that one there. And the first neutral objective going to the red side, who definitely seem to have calmed down after sort of those couple for fun moments.
Yeah, I think they've realized that they probably don't have to be as proactive as they've maybe been trying to be. That hook from Kimchi, I don't think it was the worst idea. Did have Paladin on the roam down, but it just feels like it's a bit unnecessary at this point of the game. So just kind of playing this wave into their opponents feels like all the bot lane needs to do. And you look at RNG Arrow, he is starting to stack up that CS advantage, but the roam is coming in.
Yeah, here comes the roam. Can Blue get out again? Finally, Feifei is able to dodge the stun, and Back of Time is here to help as well. They're going under the tower. Blue going to do what he can, but not too much. The 3-on-1 gets the kill for UTS Academy, and it's their third of the game.
Yeah, Blue had his dancing shoes on, but it was not quite enough. Unfortunately, missing that critical stun did lead to his death, so they are going to be stacked up. Fortunately, Paladin has the good map sense and is actually just sitting on this tower, absorbing the farm, which is a great place to be if you're a jungler.
He's actually going to try and turn it around right now. Killer still has Slicing Maelstrom, so Paladin does not want to keep pushing that fight. Does do the smart thing and stay under the tower, but protects all of the plating for now. So despite getting the kill and having 3 members up top, UTS don't get anything for it except for a kill.
They don't, but it's a good sign, I think, from back in time. Kind of recognize that he doesn't get to sit in this lane with the Renekton, so he's just looking to make plays across the map, and it was an effective one. Did at least get the kill, did get the flash out of the Aurelia as well, so who now has to play a little bit more respectful into this Kennen, who does have the Slicing Maelstrom up. That's the one big tool you do use to deny that ultimate from having really any purchase in the early game. So it's a good sign for, I think, UTS in general, and a good sign for maybe back in time, I think, being the guy who can put stuff together for this team, at least in this game.
Yeah, but that said, he still needs to survive this matchup against Arrow itself. Granted, a lot of that CS bleeding that we saw in the first 5 minutes has slowed down a bit, as you expected to, as we get later into this game, but Feifei Fan, I have to also highlight him as sort of one of these reasons why UTS is staying competitive in this game. He has had gank after gank after gank, always getting at least a flash or something from it. That most recent one helping get that kill, and this is the sort of impact you expect to see out of Elise as he's stepping towards mid lane. Teleport coming through as well, so Killer wants in. Glacial Prison from back in time does connect, and with the Slicing Maelstrom follow-up, they're just going to blitz through this mid lane. They get one. RNG Arrow might be able to escape underneath the tower. He's actually going back in after Feifei. Gets the flash, realizes he can't get the kill, and backs away, but a beautiful play gets another kill for UTS.
Yeah, that was an absolutely beautiful teleport by Killer. Finds the flanking ward, I believe. I couldn't tell if it was a minion or a ward in the moment, but we were looking for effective teleport uses in this in this week, and I think we just saw one of the best we've ever seen from a Kennen, or will see in this tournament. That was absolutely beautiful. But also want to call out Arrow. This guy just goes for plays. Like, he's just mad.
Yeah, he's a playmaker. He's definitely a playmaker, and when it works, I have a feeling that is when this Vendetta squad will literally become untouchable. Yeah. At the moment, it's been a bit hit and miss in this game so far, as back in time still trying to find an opening to possibly get some more damage down. One thing I am getting nervous about with UTS Academy is I'm seeing them make these plays and get these kills, but they're not really getting any objectives off of them.
Yeah, and a lot of that seems like it's just coming off a bit of mistime. They're playing a little bit more opportunistically rather than sort of more calculated that we see from our kind of top tier teams. And critically, what they did there was they got the kill on Paladin, which is great, maybe slow down a bit of the jungle tempo, although he did have his jungle cleared, but they didn't push RNG Arrow out. So he's just going to continue just sending these waves into back in time and pinning him under the tower. But
oh my god, Arrow is bait! The Glacial Prison, though, will not connect, so they were trying to go fishing a bit, it seems. Don't catch the big one, and now Blue might be the one paying the price. The Cocoon connects, but Blue's going to go straight in. Feifei just getting attacked relentlessly before getting the kill, so in the 2v1, it is Blue who falls, and another kill for UTS Academy.
Yeah, another kill off the back of... They have the River Vision set up, so Blue was just in a position where he probably shouldn't have been, with the... knowing that Feifei could make himself known in the top side, and inevitably he did, pairing up with the Kennen, who has such good gank assists. So the top side is not going well, but that's a flash.
That is a flash out of Arcane, and a flash, you know, for flash at the end. They don't get anything, but Paladin is down here. And here comes Style. He's ulting in the middle of anything. Arcane will fall, and poor Akano trying to buy time up from above. It's back in time. He's trying to get to Style, and the Stylist gets there only for that stopwatch to be used. Finally, he's able to pick up the kill, and he wants more. Kimchi ganking quite low. Dark Paladin is low as well. But here comes RNG Arrow, and you know he's going under that tower. A huge red line connects onto back in time, but the damage from Arrow is taking his time to bring him down. The tower's doing a lot of work. He's going after Akano, but he's slowed. With no help, he has to run back towards back in time, but Akano will help take that kill. Back in time picks up one. Akano on the Leona is taking, is buying time. It's sidestepping abilities as back in time continues to run down the Vendetta banners. He takes down Dark Paladin. He takes down the Nautilus as well. Kimchi falls, and UTS Academy just take everything in that fight.
Yeah, an absolute whitewash for UTS. It feels like this may be the tipping point of this game, as it was just slight mechanical errors from the side of Vendetta. RNG Arrow looking for the healing on that Q to secure the kills, over-chasing, over-calculating the ability of his champion, unfortunately pays for it dearly. This is going to be a really rough spot for this Renekton to be in, for the Vendetta as a whole to be in. this may be the tipping point, as I said, where we start to see the bot lane start to flex their authority across the map.
Yeah, and I'm now looking at Back in Time on this Silas. 6-1-2. He got a triple kill in that last fight, and he is in position to be this hero for UTS Academy. And all of a sudden tell everyone, you know what? No one should have doubted us. No one should have put us at number 8. We're taking down this number 1 team. You could argue, you know, this could be a case of Vendetta definitely overlooking their opponents right here, but you still need to capitalize on these situations. And UTS Academy, the ball is now 100% in your court. What can you do with it?
Yeah, it feels like they've taken over this game. I do want to see what the trades look like between Back in Time and Arrow going into this kind of mid-game phase. Does he have the damage to kind of stick with this Renekton? Certainly always has the Feifei in his back pocket. Feifei is just feels like he's been all over the map compared to Dark Paladin, who's playing that slightly lower tempo Sejuani and hasn't quite had the effect that he wants.
Yeah, I mean, the Glacial Prison's missing off that bait play in the mid lane, I feel definitely hurt not just Paladin, but Vendetta as a whole. If that play actually connects, I feel we're looking at a completely different game, because Back in Time would not have been able to snowball and get a triple kill that we just saw in that bot lane. So one missed opportunity leads to an opportunity being taken upon by UTS Academy, and I have to give them credit for that. I'm curious to see how Vendetta can try and claw their way back out of this one. Yes, they're down 7 kills, but they're not down a tower yet. And if you're looking at the gold, it's still actually quite close. So it's not as if they're getting obliterated here. I'm just taking a look at the gold values. A lot of that has to do with some of those other lanes. Back in Time actually is going after Arrow right now. Feifei still helping him. Arrow's actually going to turn around and try and fight this 1v4. Does flash back. Feifei's not going to dive. Meanwhile, though, the rest of Vendetta was going ahead and securing themselves a dragon.
Yeah, so a good pickup off the back of RNG Arrow eventually surviving this dive. They are probably going to pick up the mid lane tower just through sheer strength of the Rift Herald. And while we're kind of in a bit of a lull state, I think that Herald is probably going to get off a second charge, but not much else. Let's look at the scaling advantage, because that's where I think we have to look for Vendetta. They are playing this matchup slowly, and I think we did set up that would be their game plan. They're not necessarily going to be this early game team. It feels like any early game plays they are trying to do are inevitably going to be an overreach, and a lot of them have proved to be. And a lot of people will look at the Renekton and probably think that, you know, scaling just isn't an option for this champion, when I think we need to look at how this particular item has skewed the kind of scaling of bruises. And I'm particularly talking about Spear of Shojin.
Yes.
I feel like Renekton, the window of viability for this champion has kind of extended beyond 20-25 minutes, where it used to not exist. So I think the scaling options are still going to be there for RNG Arrow, just in terms of the sheer damage output. And you kind of look at the damage numbers, the scaling on the Renekton skills, they're pretty big. And there's a reason this Renekton has jumped up in priority in pretty much every competitive format across the world. And I think heading to the late game, if Vendetta can continue to make plays like this.
Oh, yeah, this is a play that, you know, Vendetta desperately needs, but Killer might be able to escape. The draft charge will make sure he's not getting out of that one. So Kimchi going ahead and securing that kill for his team. Blue going through the tower, tries to flash, but goes down. Killer gets the credited for the kill. What was that? Meanwhile, Arrow leading a chase on his own. 4 members from UTS Academy trying to run this Crocodile down. They won't get to him. And with 4 members down there, that's mid and top lane pressure going Vendetta's way.
Whoa, so, oops, Blue. But I just want to, what I was going to say is that if Vendetta can keep making these incremental plays and keep themselves at least within grasping distance of this game, get the Spear of Shojin online on the Renekton, then it feels like they're at least able to team fight, and that feels like their objective all along with this draft, is they just want to get to the objective fights. But yeah, they need to stop doing stuff like that. I think that's just all we need to say.
Yeah, there's been some odd plays this game, I feel, now coming from both teams. Majority of them coming from Vendetta. And again, it's just, everything is telling me mentally that it's a case of Vendetta came into this one perhaps a little bit too overconfident and maybe overlooking their opponents. As we were in the lobby, when we saw the ranks and we started looking at some of these players, we were like, you know, there's a lot of high skill members on UTS Academy, and if Vendetta isn't careful, UTS might actually pull something. And I feel as if what we've seen so far is a Vendetta squad that has been anything but careful.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like they've been a little bit overreaching in the early game, as there is going to be the invade on the side of UTS. See what
He's
they
walking
do for the
straight into
trigger.
it. Arrows coming from below as well. Teleport is coming in the middle of it, but it's going to be too late to save back in time, and that is the main source of damage gone. Killer is able to pick up the kill on the style as Akano is running for his life against that knuckle. That is Vendetta. They pick up the 2-3 for 1, in fact, for the red side as we hit our first pause of the night.
Whoops. Had to happen eventually, but I think that play came off the back of, I want to say it was a really good teleport from RNG Arrows. I am seeing the teleport down. I'm going to be completely honest. I missed how that play started from Arrow's side. I was focused pretty much too heavily on the UTS side.
Arrow just walked in on the flank. He came from below on the flank through the river and just sort of jumped right on to Back in Time's face and just ate that Silas, which is kind of what they needed.
Yeah, you can see the damage potential of this Renekton. He's also a champion who's been kind of buffed over and over again, so he is in a very, very strong state. So once he gets in the fight, gets the AoE down with the Q, he kind of just shredded through everyone. And the fact that Starred got singled out by Killer didn't necessarily matter in the end, because he's not really the carry at this point in the game. You are just waiting for that Kai'Sa to come online and relying on Blue and Arrow to get the work done.
Yes, we will probably have to wait a bit for this pause to be settled. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you what the issue is. Hopefully, we will hear from it soon. I just believe it was a disconnect coming from Feifei, I believe. So, jungle disconnect, you definitely need an Elise in a team, especially an Elise that has as much early game impact that Feifei has. As soon as they're back in this game, though, we will continue. This isn't going to be one of those devastating pauses that ruin our entire night.
Hopefully not. I think we're close to getting back in. Yeah, we've gotten the ready from the team, so we are just about good to go. Now let's look at the map state. We do have Baron just spawning. It's a easily one team fight on the side of Vendetta with a mid lane tower that is just about to go down. It's probably a strong breeze away from being knocked over. So expect that to go down, and then it's really going to be about the lane allocations. RNG Arrow is so strong. Blue's starting to get there, and Styled is looking to scale up against the looking to scale up and be that team fighter. So I think at this point we are looking for Vendetta to be assigning their members correctly and still continue to draw this game out where the impetus is really going to be on the UTS squad to make the plays formal.
Yeah, it will be. And okay, here's something I want to bring up as well as we're taking a look at map tape and sort of the situation where this game is at. You see a 6-2 Silas against a 2-2 Renekton. You would think he would have a fantastic gold advantage, but he actually does not. The gold lead is currently in favor of RNG Arrow over Back in Time, despite the 6 kills. And that kind of puts into perspective, I feel, where UTS Academy is at in this game. Yeah, they had that amazing, explosion of kill after kill after kill, but they didn't really turn that into any sort of significant advantage. And now just one team fight later, not going their way. You can take a look at the gold up above. Vendetta has the gold lead. Their big, 6-kill carry is actually behind in his lane. And I feel this is the point where Vendetta starts to take this game over and really take it to UTS Academy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they can start to kind of play the macro and then collapse game from here on out. They are sending RNG Arrow to the top side. Now, this is actually what I'm really interested to see, this specific interaction, whether RNG Arrow is actually strong enough with the Sphere of Shojin to just train down Back in Time. And then on the other side, I think Blue is at the point where with the Wit's End, the Kennen doesn't really get to exist in this lane.
Yeah, definitely Kennen has been struggling a bit in this one. I mean, there has been a couple kills, but Blue's mechanics as well has been on point. So even if Killer was exceeding in that situation, it's just going to be so tough for him to actually land anything. Blue's just felt so sticky before. It's only when you send like 2 or 3 people at him that he's been able to go down. Yeah, this has been a really, really interesting game so far, I feel, for UTS Academy. And yeah, they had that hot start, and I don't want to take it away from them, but they definitely have not been able to carry that momentum.
Yeah, and I think the scaling is not on their side. Now, I'm actually just looking for some data as we're just setting up for this dragon fight, so I think this is your purview.
Yeah, this is actually quite interesting. And Paladin's going to contest it, and he gets the smite steal, but Killer OCE with the Maelstrom is going straight up the middle of Vendetta, but here comes RNG Arrow from above. He's able to help find 1 kill as Akano going super in deep. They were able to get the Styled, and all of a sudden it is an ace in favor of UTS Academy. No one volley.
Yeah, I look away for a second, and UTS put together the miracle team fight. It was off the back of some misplays. It looks like Blue went in just a little bit too early, too disjointed from his team, went in, got locked down by the Silas and blown up by the Leona and the rest of the damage, and then they just kind of focused down the rest of the fight where Style just wasn't in position to get down the DPS. Easy Baron pickup for them. Momentum swings back in their favor, and with a team that is about hitting their power spikes, this is feeling really good for them.
Yeah, this is UTS's time to pull off that upset. They got the ace. They're going to get to Baron, and the question will now be, what can they do with it? We saw them get some crazy team fights going their way early in this game, and they didn't get much, but with a Baron, now you have no excuse. So I'm looking for this team. I want to see them continue to push things. They do have a teleport available on Back in Time. Maybe they get that split push going. It does sort of force Blue to be able to want to react, not RNG Arrow, so maybe that's how they can get the Silas away from the Renekton as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and I feel like Blue is not really equipped to deal with the Silas like RNG Arrow would be. It feels like a bit of a rough matchup, especially with the itemization. I mean, you've gone... actually, no, sorry, I should take that back. He's still an AP champion, so Wit's End is quite nice, but it still feels like you're more equipped as RNG Arrow to just stand and brawl with the Silas, whereas the Aurelia, if she gets locked down by the Silas, will probably take a pretty uneven trade off the back of it, so you just kind of have to stay back and play the waves, but Feifei is looking to kill her.
Yeah, Feifei is looking to go right at Blue, who does a nice bit of sidestepping, but cannot get away from the cocoon, and here comes the culling. So Blue gets caught out yet again, his 5th death of the game, actually, and that is 4 Baron-empowered members of Team UTS Academy looking to push this bot lane.
Yeah, this Kid Prodigy is not looking too prodigious, as it feels like every time we look over at him, he's overextended, feels like he's in a position where he can outplay anything that comes his way with his flash up and just the Aurelia kit, but is unfortunately found wanting every single time by Feifei landing the cocoon, or just a really good play from Killer, who's actually made the cannon look really, really good in this game more often than not, catching a key member inside that Slicing Maelstrom.
Yeah, I mean, comparing, the Slicing Maelstroms from Killer versus 4 AM that we saw in the game previously, it's almost night and day, at least, during the first 25 minutes of each of these games. Maybe it might do that opposite, and the next few Slicing Maelstroms might not hit the mark, but the way how Killer has been playing and the conviction this cannon seems to have, I seem to doubt that as here comes the Dredge line and the Death Charge is all being put onto Feifei, who stays alive with the Zonias, and this is a big fight that I think UTS won. Dark Paladin goes in too deep and will fall, but the front line falls at the same time for UTS. In the end, though, is Arcane, who's getting so much damage being thrown. The culling's coming down. It's enough to take down Kimchi, and RNG Arrow is the one who escapes on the sliver of health, but it is still 4 members strong. It is still a Baron, and UTS Academy, they're looking at these Nexus turrets.
Yeah, and they may be looking for the win here. Back in Time goes
Arrow.
Golden.
Yeah, Arrow almost goes down. Back in Time does go Golden to stay alive, but the first tower is gone, and there's still 13 seconds on Paladin. It's still a 4v2. That said, the health bars are super low. RNG Arrow trying to find his way into that fight, but it doesn't look like he's going to commit to it. In the end, UTS Academy do back away for now. They've gotten 1 Nexus tower, and they are knocking at Upset's door.
Yeah, it feels like the death throes for Vendetta right now that was a really well executed fight. I want to call out Killer again with the flash forward with the Maelstrom. Vendetta just unwilling or unable to kite back away from that key ultimate from the cannon meant that they were locked down and blown up, and more mechanical misplays as well from Blue, unfortunately whiffing the Aurelia ultimate in these kind of high pressure fights. Felt like that could have potentially turned the fight, but missing these skill shots and not fighting with styled imposition meant that they just didn't get enough out of that fight, and they may be looking at the lose here.
This would be such a huge upset, not only for UTS Academy, but I feel for the entire OCAL of itself, because Vendetta have kind of been like this unbeatable team, like this Goliath that everyone sort of looks up to, and they're falling to the team that no one gave a second thought. At least, within the caster broadcast team, like none of us really knew what to think of this UTS squad. Surely they can't, go out there and beat the #1 predicted seeded team, but here we are, and they are doing it in, emphatic fashion. Like, there's been a lot of mechanical plays and a lot of kills. It's Back in Time going for that solo play on the Arrow, who's going to try and do what he can underneath the tower. Back in Time still looking for it, but here comes Kimchi. They're trying to turn around. Akano on the flank along with Killer. They take down Arrow, and Kimchi is next in their sights. He will be able to get away. A double kill for Feifei, a tower to boot, and 2 members down. How do Vendetta stop this avalanche?
I think the answer is that they just don't. They're playing so aggressively, and Killer, oh my word.
Killer is going in super deep. That Maelstrom's holding a lot of members in place. Blue is able to just get out. Paladin's looking for that re-engage, but it's still 5 members of UTS. They're taking down that second inhibitor, and they have that Nexus in its sight. 12 seconds still remaining onto Kimchi as Feifei trying to do what he can against Dark Paladin, who gets into back inside space, but the second Nexus arrows down. Styled trying to throw down those damage as the rest of UTS has gotten onto Dark Paladin. He makes it to the fountain, but the Nexus is in half, and I have been casting League of Legends for well over a year. I have never seen a UTS team win until today. UTS Academy upset Vendetta.
Yeah, and in emphatic fashion as well, off some really well executed fights. Killer looked incredible on that cannon, managed to find the ultimates, the key ultimates, locking members out of fights or locking the fight down so that no one else could get the DPS down. And Vendetta, just, it felt like in the key moments, in the high pressure situations in these fights, they just didn't land their skills and they just didn't get the execution that they needed to put it together.
Yeah, but at the same time, when you're looking at these high pressure situations, they were high pressure situations that they put themselves in by greeting and overextending. I want to go back to that triple kill at the start of the game that back in time was kind of gifted to him when you had members of Vendetta just running it super deep in that bot lane trying to chase kills. It's sort of like, you know, all right, you dug yourselves now in the hole. Can you dig yourselves out of it? And UTS Academy just did not let them.
Yeah, absolutely not. It feels like we keep going back to this narrative around Vendetta. The bot lane is safe and stable, and Styled and Kimchi looked generally pretty good throughout this game. They definitely didn't feel like the reason that they came away with the loss here. Kimchi in particular had some really good engages, and Styled was very, like, he was consistent in these fights. Even when he was getting caught out of position by Killer, he was able to kind of do what he needed to do to survive the fight. But Blue and Arrow unfortunately just weren't able to have the impact. And I also want to kind of, I guess, sing the praises of Feifei, recognizing that the lower tempo Sejuani was a window for him to exploit, and he really, really did. He was across the map everywhere. Paladin was stuck in his jungle farming and playing reactively, and just wasn't able to have the pressure that Feifei was able to put down. So a well-executed Elise game, and just a well-executed game by UTS in general, and a banner win for the organization, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to win one game, you want it to be against the team that everyone thinks is the best. And definitely UTS Academy, not only do you have my attention, I think you now have everyone's attention, because this squad, how they turn around, like last week against Kraken White, they kind of looked a bit shaky. They didn't look good at all, but this was a completely different team. They stepped up, they performed, and moving forwards, I'm excited to see what this team can do. That said, though, we have to go now to our analysts, who I'm sure are just as bewildered as we are. But before we do, this will be at least my last cast for tonight. There might be some shenanigans happening, so you might not be done yet, Daniel. We will see. I'd like to thank you, though, for sticking with me and casting with us. And, thank you, everyone. It was a fun day.
And thanks, guys, for casting that game. Of course, that was Fulmer's last 2 games there for tonight. But of course, he'll be back next week to cast more of the action of OCAL. And now it's up to these lovely gentlemen here, and of course myself, to try and decipher what UTS ate for lunch or breakfast. I don't understand. They went from week 1 loss to week 2, we're just going to drop and change everyone, to week 3, haha, nice me and pranksters, we actually kicked Vendetta's ass. Like, what's going on?
I cannot believe what I just witnessed.
Okay.
UTS, the team sitting towards the bottom with a huge roster change, beat top seed Vendetta, or one of the top seeds of the competition, Vendetta.
They came in top seed, by the way. Number 1 seed coming in. UTS did come in 2nd seed, but looks like they finally showed up, boys.
Oh,
Can I just
make up for Flexa.
Can I just...
Yes, you may. We give you permission.
Why? Why? They were playing like they were silver. They were like 4-man diving onto 2 turrets after a
Harrison's
Leona.
going rogue, guys. Harrison's going rogue.
Silas, like 6 kills. Like, what are you doing? I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I'm pretty sure they went
Yeah.
into that game like half drunk, and they were like, "This is gonna be easy. I don't have to do anything." Like,
And that's definitely something that we were talking about, like, as it happened as well, when Vendetta just decided to gank bot lane. Good idea, start getting some kills. Good idea. But then tier 1 tower, run past it. Tier 2 tower, still going. They're still chasing for kills. What's going on? And they've just given kills away, easy kills away to UTS. It seems like they really weren't in it here today for any real number of reasons, which is unfortunate.
Oh, well, it happens. It happens. But all I'm going to point out is we've seen 2 upsets tonight. We've
Yeah.
already seen 2 upsets. There's only one person with a tip this week, and that's bloody Formal with his 95x.
Yeah.
no,
So,
but like, okay,
this is-
okay.
This has been a
Can I
true week
just-
of upsets here.
Can I, and okay, but like breaking down the last game,
Yeah.
Vendetta took every single opportunity to fight. They did not hold back. There was no restraint. There was no decision making. It was just like, see an enemy champion and we're gonna fight them. It doesn't matter if they're a Leona Lucian bot lane and we're a Kai'Sa Nautilus. It doesn't matter if our Renekton is, we have a Sejuani early game versus an Elise. Like, they took every fight, and I don't understand why. Like, did they just expect to win? Like UTS played well. Don't get me wrong. UTS like stepped up mechanically and macro wise. They like went to the right places, but that was entirely Vendetta's like throwing that. They took every opportunity that they didn't need to take to give them a chance to lose, and then they lost it. Right? Like they.
It's a bit insane, We're still trying to process this, guys. It's okay. We'll get there. but it is like that's what we said though. Like it is, and this isn't a case of like, oh, these guys are biased, bro. They always just go for Vendetta. No. Vendetta put on such a show the past 2 weeks. They look like a really big, unstoppable team that could probably easily get themselves into final stage. UTS have had a couple issues the past 2 weeks, and then they just showed up, like just absolute force.
Like, I know nothing about this UTS lineup. Like, we know, 1 week, and I think they changed out their top lineup, and then...
It's top lane gone to mid lane, back to went from top lane to mid lane, they added Killer 624.
Like, they're not, like, a bad team. And especially after this, I don't think they're a bad team. But Vendetta's has been built up and, like, showing their performances week after week to be this, like, top level, like, potentially the best team in the tournament. I don't think anyone was like against that idea until today.
Yeah.
And now it's just like, are they throwing to get like an easier seeding, or are they like actually just like this isn't like them playing poorly? I don't know. Like did they just really underestimate their opponents here, or did they like actually get beaten? And so it's like I don't want to take credit away from UTS here by any means. They definitely stepped up, but this is on Vendetta to have lost this, and they gave every chance to let UTS win it. And so it's like I don't really know what to say to this sort of match. It's just like they played poorly. They played really poorly.
The one thing we need to look out for now is if they can keep that consistency going. They threw a spanner in the works in the ladder right now of taking down Vendetta. Are they going to keep that consistency every week is what I want to know. Did they rightfully earn this, or did Vendetta have a slip up? That's what we're going to have to find out in the coming weeks.
And also, yeah, absolutely right. And not to mention the fact that Vendetta, who was a first place team, now just got a loss, and now they're going to drop from that spot. It's Devious and Kraken White for game number 3 coming up, guys, just after our short ad break coming up. Real quick, just quick predictions. Devious, Kraken White, which team do you guys think has the chance of taking away this win?
I got Kraken White on my list. I think they've been consistent. I think they're a good team. I want to see, but all my predictions have been wrong so far. So like, hey man, I don't know anything anymore.
Steph, yourself?
I don't even want to say anything after this. We've seen 2 upsets. I don't want to say anything anymore.
Yeah. Okay. So the whole analyst desk is just going to shut down. We're not gonna make any predictions anymore because we're jinxing teams. We're jinxing teams left and right. So, but guys, get prepared for game number 3. It will be on just after a quick short break. Devious Esports on the blue side, Kraken White on the red side. We'll see you guys soon. Don't go anywhere.
Fortunate passing right there, and with that pick off, that could potentially be a disaster for GIC.
Yep, stood very patient there, Kiana. Southbred man played that brilliantly. Standing still, that is the game. Doesn't really matter that the push missed. The wall hit, and that was all there
Oh
is
no,
to it.
Eric's too far forward. He's gonna get caught out. The Vanguard's eggs won't save him. Pop lands on multiple members, and 95X will simply do a rinse and repeat run through on the base of GIC, and that will be all she wrote.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the OCAL week number 3 as we're getting ready for our third game of the night, which will be between Devious Esports and Kraken White. I am of course James Quirky, and joining me tonight is the lovely, as always, Viella. How are you going?
I'm so good and super excited as we get straight into the match. This is going to be the match that I've definitely been waiting for. Kraken White against Devious Esports. I don't know about you, but I am like really divided in terms of who I think is going to be winning today, because we have been talking about how Kraken White have been so-called the underdogs of the 8 teams here, but they've been coming out strong these past 2 weeks as well. And of course, Devious being one of the crowd favorites, and especially pulling out that Garen Yumi last week, I'm really excited to see what they're going to be pulling out this time around.
Yeah, and especially since both these teams are undefeated at the moment, so whoever wins this, and with Vendetta losing the last game, this is going to be the fight for first place for the OCAL.
Yeah, I'm so excited too. And look at the we know that Beats has changed, Beats has changed his name. Beats is actually Emma Watson fan 1, in case anybody is wondering here. I think with the rest of the team as well, everybody's still exactly the same. In terms of overall narrative, guys, last week we had a full comp, Garen, Yumi, and Kled, Dr. Mundo. Pretty much nobody would die, and it was insane. I feel like we won't be seeing that one yet again this time round, because it's pretty much one of those comps you only want to see once every 1,000 years or blue moon kind of thing, especially with against Kraken White. In terms of Kraken White, however, we know last week Saberus was insane. in the jungle, and that's what we want to be seeing again this time round. If Sabrus is able to get ahead, I know he's just going to be able to snowball, and the rest of his team is going to follow up. That being said, however, because he is wanting the limelight, I know the rest of the team want to be able to follow up as well. I know Imanad and Trashly have been huge in terms of overall bot lane, what's the word, synergy here, and I've been watching a bit of the streams that Trashly has been putting out as well, so I'm really excited to see what they come up with.
Well, it looks like to be the Caitlyn Morgana bot lane. A really strong bot lane coming out here for the Kraken White fellas. But Zaya being picked here on the side of Devious. Are we going to be expecting the Rakan pick right now?
Well, we've been seeing a lot of Rakan Zaya so far, but that being said, it can be a little bit of a what's the word? Everyone's gonna be like looking forward to it as well, but considering it is Caitlyn Morgana, you don't want to have something to go straight up against into that. Seeing the Karma pick at the moment, it's more likely for her to be in the bottom lane as well. You get so much more mobility, and later on those shields and movement speed is going to provide the rest of the team to be able to get around the map and go for those early engages. We do see that they are hovering a Galio. What are your thoughts on this Galio pick if it does end up going through?
I mean, we've seen the recent nerfs with the patches, but looks like it's going to be the Olaf instead, and it will be. So, looking like Lee wants to get into that backline with the Ragnarok and just absolutely wreak havoc.
And especially since we know that Sabrus usually goes for the types of junglers that allows him to engage and go full tank mode, wanting to be able to get his team those good fights, especially coming in early as well. As a tanky jungler, it feels as though if you fall off early, you're not going to be able to do much. As we see him lock in the Lee Sin. Okay, this just changes everything. All right, here we go. So we see the Lee Sin and the Olaf. Now everybody knows how Lee Sin works, but Quirky, what are you thinking in terms of the Olaf into the Lee Sin into the Olaf rather?
I mean, we should be seeing the Lee Sin just coming in early, trying to see whether he can counter jungle early, because Olaf, sure, his clear speed is going to be fast, but he's going to be so low doing it thanks to his health costs of his abilities. So with that in mind, we should be seeing Sabrus trying to invade, trying to get vision wherever he can, and try to see whether he can actually get Olaf way behind than he should be, and pretty much see a repeat of what we saw last week from him. Like, get the jungler behind and then gank the lanes. I'm pretty sure that's what the game plan here.
Well, as a jungler, I'm pretty sure that's what the overall game plan is.
Yeah, the overall game plan is, but you know, more so this is what Sabrus is thinking. Cool, I can go invade, I can take away buffs, I can make sure Olaf is not being, ooh, look at me, I'm a raging Viking, I can go through all your CC, and then be like, yeah, no, you're not going to do that until at least, like, I don't know, like 15 minutes. But meanwhile, I'm going to be running around, like, landing kicks, landing sonic waves, you know, just kicking from behind, as we do go into second pick phase, and the Kennen is going to be hovering. That's going to be our third straight Kennen pick of the day.
We've been seeing a lot of Kennens being put into the OCAL split, and the reason is simple. That's what he's able to provide in overall team fights here. The overall stun, that Maelstrom, we've seen it in the past few games as well, and weeks before that too. It provides so much for their team, and considering we've got the Morgana on top of a Kennen ulti as well, it's going to be huge for them. There is so much that allows for them to get in terms of overall AoE here, and I'm telling you earlier, I was saying it before, the movement speed, the Karma, and now the Kled with the Olaf to boot, they're just going to start running at people. And this is the thing that we've heard them say. Remember, guys, if they can't mechanics max, they're going to macro max here, and they're just going to run at them time and time again until something works out.
Yeah, well, we still need to see the mid picks here, and it's going to be the LeBlanc here for Emma Watson fan, or Beats. So we have to see what YGX wants to do in reply. So what should we be seeing him pick here? As I say that, he's silvering all, Trashly's silvering all the champions.
Okay. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking this is a Malphite support, maybe Morgana mid.
And this is what we want. Okay, so we were looking at the overall AoE here, especially since Sabrus is not going to be their tank. This is what I'm thinking as well. If you want to get early ahead as Lee Sin, you need to be able to build that early attack damage and then move towards the tanky type here. Especially since how we know Sabrus plays for his team. He wants to be the engage, but with a Malphite as well, just Joe in the top lane, it allows the pressure to be off. If Sabrus does end up missing those really good insec plays here. So we've talked a bit about Kraken White. Let's have a look at what's going on over here with Devious, okay? We see that Emma Watson fan has gone for the Assassin with the LeBlanc too, and they want to be able to stop this cannon time and time again. Neither of them are choosing to bring the teleport, but I do see Imanada is going for the teleport there. What are you thinking about that?
Sorry. That's a quick. Okay, there's the last minute TP change.
Yeah.
For Joe, I was getting slightly worried there. So pretty much, see, he wants to get back into lane really quickly here. So he knows that. God damn! Why is all of a sudden somebody put pepper up my nose? But I'm Anada. So he wants to get back into lane quickly, wants to go and use that TP to possibly look for more players, especially with the ace in the hole as well. Get TP just slightly out of range, not know that the enemy lane is going to be there, and just use that ult to finish off. And then you get that Caitlyn ahead even further, blah blah blah, all that, and move on forward. But we see instead with Leno picking the Xayah with heal. So possibly wants to be more staying in his own lane and just farming up as well with the Karma as well. So that's going to be what we're slightly going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing that we also want to be able to see is the fact that both of these teams are currently 2-4, which means whichever team ends up winning is going to be the undefeated and number one so far. I know in terms of the picks here, I myself have gone with Devious Esports to take the win, but with this particular lineup, I'm actually a little bit swaying between to the other side as well. I've been watching these players on their streams, I've been watching them in their solo queue matches as well, looking past in their match histories too. So there's just so much progression for each of these players, and of course moving from the past 2 weeks and today with where everything is counting to be the number one team in OCAL thus far is going to be huge.
And I mean, I myself picked Kraken White because part of some society we always pick Kraken White here. But yeah, I feel like with this draft particularly, you got to give it to Kraken White because they have the more tankiness options, they have the more engaged options. You have the cannon, the slicing maelstrom to just go through, absolutely stun up everybody, and then combine that with the Malphite ult. It's just gonna be wombo combo after wombo combo. Like imagine cannon engages with slicing maelstrom, gets up like let's say 4-man slicing maelstrom stun. Malphite comes in, knocks up 3 of them. You get Lee Sin to do an insect play, knocks up the other 3 as well. And then you just have Caitlyn on the back lines just shooting everybody she can find. Well, you have Morgana. Okay, I forgot about Morgana.
Reset, yeah, go.
Reset. So, Morgana comes in, ult, goes Sonya's, then everybody gets stunned up. You get Kennen coming in, slicing maelstrom, stuns everybody up. Malphite knocked up, then Lee Sin kicks back everybody, and then you just have Caitlyn on the back line just firing as fast as they can. This is a highly, purely engaged team coming in from Kraken White.
That being said, however, we can see the huge engage coming in, but of course, Lano, to be honest, I'm not even sure how to say his name anymore. The Xayah here, if those feather recalls come through, especially with the AoE that they have, all of the team members of Kraken White are going to be situated near each other. So unless Morgana puts it on the person who matters most, i.e. Caitlyn here, if he is able to get if he is able to protect his ADC, a lot of the members of the team are going to be rooted up, and with an Olaf to boot, it's just going to be destruction and mayhem here. And of course, we are in loading screen. We're looking at the skins thus far. We have seen Star Guardian's Eye time and time again. And to be honest, it's probably like one of the prettiest skins so far, and it is insane. I know you guys don't get to see it, but of course, Mobalytics, have a crack at that. Quirky, take it away. Give me the scoop. What's going on there?
I mean, if you want to be like me and have the worst farming ever, apparently according to Mobalytics, then they can really help with that. But other than that, it's a really great service. You go try it. Use the code SUMSOB20 to get 20% off the premium. And actually, the premium is like really good. It gives you detailed analysis of what you actually need to improve on, and it's really actually like I've used it myself for about like 3 months now, and I've gone up from about Silver 1 to Silver 3, and about to Silver 3 to Silver 1 now, and now I should be going.
Wait, are you on the? What time are you on? Sorry.
15.
All right, cool. Just double checking.
Yeah, that's right. Alrighty, welcome everybody to Summoners Rift for game number 3 of the OCAL week number 3, and up in the blue side it's going to be Devious Esports, and up on the red side it's going to be Crack and White, who are going for a bit of a cheeky engage, but Sonorous says, "Hey, I'm here."
Okay, so they noticed that they have picked out one of the members on the opposing team, and they're just going to retreat quickly there. Of course, with that being said, you know what that means. Once you've been caught early, you want to be able to get that early vision out, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing. We see Nausea Cloud putting a really sneaky ward. I say sneaky, but of course we know that's actually going to be happening anyway in order to track the pathing of Sabrus. We have seen in the past that Sabrus is able to track the junglers quite well in the past 2 weeks in matches of OCAL so far, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to be taking that into consideration too, especially against an Olaf.
I mean, right now, we're going to be seeing both junglers starting on their top sides, maybe, as Sabrus decides to just do a walk around and try to juke me out, but other than that, oh, that's a nice ward placed down there by, I think it was YGX, but yeah, both junglers starting on the top side, so may see potentially a gank down bot.
Yeah, maybe. It all depends on what they want to be able to do, because we were talking about in terms of jungles here and what they want to be able to provide. We know for the past 2 weeks, Sabrus has been doing a lot for his team, trying to get them early ahead, and once he's able to get that, just push those advantages again and again, especially making those plays in the bot lane. So him this time around being on a Lee Sin, he wants to be able to push those advantages much sooner as well, especially against an Olaf who's just going to be scaling, get tankier too.
Now, the interesting matchup I want to put out is the mid lane matchup. We didn't really talk about it too much, but the Cannon mid lane, something I haven't seen since, I want to say about last year, where it was really, like, sort of not popular, but was sort of in my solo queue games.
And what have your experiences been in terms of Cannons in the mid lane then?
Feeding. Just feed. But I mean, then again, we could talk about Cannon about doing that now, but you know.
Oh, there's potential. You never know. I feel like we could just like change the words from feeding and put it just a little bit more of a misplay here and there. Or engage. It's just like, or hashtag worth. Any of those above could be considered better than just the term feeding. But of course, we do see Sabrus in the mid lane trying to get those early ganks off.
Yeah, going to be coming through. The Sonic Wave does land. The Distort Mirror Image will pop. Beats going low, but Lee is there. The flash is forced out by Beats, but a flash E forward coming in from Sabrus will secure first blood for Crack and White.
And that's what we want to be able to see, those early engages and those early bit of aggressive plays here. We saw that Sabrus was waiting out the flash as well and made sure that he's able to get those kills.
Yeah, Nausicaa caught on the wrong side of the Dragon Pit. Flash forward for YGX. The Sonic Wave does connect. Nausicaa, Ignite go down, and that's going to be Crack and White getting the second kill.
Very well played by Crack and White. They saw what they were playing and they just went straight for it. Especially with the aggressive flash over the wall by YGX to secure that stun. Amazing play.
Indeed. Well, let's take a quick look after a bit of a slightly exciting early game. Sabrus looking to get Beats again. No, just gonna... Oh, the chains do connect Beats, but the Sonic Wave back! And YGX will secure the kill.
A hot start coming from Crack and White. I know Devious is probably getting a little bit sweaty right now because we were talking about how much early pressure they needed to be able to have and how they're going to be able to push forward time and time again throughout this game. And Crack and White are doing that amazingly.
Yeah, Lano may have found the damage. The root is there, and he's going to claim the first kill for Devious. Trashly has to be careful. The root comes in. TP coming in from YGX from behind. Trashly forced to flash out, but YGX TPs from behind and gets a clean double kill.
Amazing play by the bot lane here. We saw that Imanata unfortunately was able to be taken down, but Trashly being able to land the root onto the opposing members and keeping them there for as long as possible allowed YGX to utilize that TP and clean up afterwards here. This is going to be huge for Kraken White.
Yeah, this is exactly the start that we're looking for. You think it's once again off Sabres or just Devious just slightly misplaying maybe?
You have to consider it both ways, because with every good play, there is some form of misplay that's happening at the exact same time here. It's just a matter of being able to read the situation and do that one step better. And so far, we are seeing that Kraken White is being able to get up on top in the past few fights and being able to collect these kills time and time again. It's just a matter of if they are to keep up this momentum and make sure that they can make sure that they're pushing these advantages and they don't fall behind in any of these bad fights that could potentially be coming their way.
And with Kraken White being far ahead, do you reckon they might go for this early Infernal Drake, possibly?
Well, we see that Late isn't that far behind because he had Saberus come into the jungle earlier. He's being able to make sure and take down one of the members. With Beats earlier. He's making sure that he's compensating by getting a lot of this CS here. As long as he's able to have some form of backup from his team, there is potential for them to be able to do something from that as well. Especially since we know that Joe tried to go for a TP play in the bot lane, which was cancelled. So technically was wasted there. Zarnus, however, did not end up using that TP. So if they do decide to go for that type of aggressive play, if Kraken White have the vision there, they will be able to try to contest that.
Well, we do see Joe pushing in the top lane. Meanwhile, do see Lee just clearing out some vision, and Drake did get started, will be claimed by Kraken White, and they may have found a pick onto Nausicaa. Trashly is going for it, but he's going to get spiked by a couple of feathers and decides to back off.
Yeah, unfortunately for Devious here, they did end up having to give it up. They weren't technically sure what they wanted to be able to do here, but the aggression in the top lane is happening.
Yeah, did dash on forward, but oh, a nice binding there by Trashly, just weaving it in between the minions. And Zonorous is going to be put onto the skull, so he will be at a slight disadvantage, but shouldn't be able to be killed that easily.
So we're seeing that Imanada and Trashly are making sure to keep them on their toes in terms of Iana and Nausicaa here. With YGX being this far ahead, he is going to be able to bully Beats in the mid lane as a Blanc as well. So this is something that you weren't particularly looking towards in terms of the Kennen in the mid lane, judging by your experiences, Quirky. But this Kennen here, YGX, is definitely coming up strong.
Yeah, and that's also off the back of Sabres ganking lane, but the unstoppable force by Joe. He's trying to secure the kill, and he will onto Zonorous.
Very well played by Joe there, especially since with Zonorous taking as much damage as he did earlier, he wasn't able to keep up that sustained damage for long. And this is what we want to be able to see. Kraken White coming up on top. They are the underdogs. They have so much to gain from here, especially against Devious Esports. They're again another incredibly strong team, and people have been favored them to win as well.
I see just Trashly in this bot lane, just learning so many dark bindings. The ace in the hole will get fizzled out by shields by Nausicaa, so Lano able to survive, but forced to use the heal, which may be crucial if they decide to re-engage again, as Nausicaa going a bit forward is not going to go for an engage.
I do like the fact that they are able to be as aggressive as they can because of the pink wards that they have in the bottom side of the map. I feel that a lot of the pressure is going to be based on the TP plays that they have been seeing, and we will probably be continuing to see in this bottom lane specifically, especially with YGX having his TP coming up in the next few. We know that Beats wants to be able to get back into this game, so he needs to try to go for these roams going through to the Tribush, and this is exactly what's happening now. Unfortunately for him, he was caught up by Saberus with putting those early wards there. But Beats needs to be trying to find these plays in order to get back into the game, because right now he cannot fight this Kennen in the mid lane.
Yeah, especially since Protobell is already completed, and it's only just a lost chapter down onto Beats. But Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we see Zonarus able to take out Imananda and Lano able to take out Trashly. So a nice TP play coming in with the charge as well. Going to give 2 more kills over. Sorry, to Devious.
And this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. If there's going to be fights in the bot lane that are in favor of Devious, it'll be from Zoranus using the teleport, coming to the bot lane, and trying to get as many kills as possible here. We did see Trashly go for the 1v2 with the ultimate and almost taking down Iano, but it was a little unfortunate he was taken down there. And this is the pressure that we're going to be seeing, and I want this to be able to continue, especially with the hot start that Kraken White has already has, and they want to be able to like focus on beats, especially with how behind he has been so far.
Sabrus tried to ward hop over the wall and connect the Sonic Wave, but Trashly and Imananda decide to lane swap up into this top lane. Decide to have a better chance up top. Try to get a bit of damage onto Zonus, but looks like he's able to get away and he's just going to back off and go to this bottom lane, but interrupt by Trashly will delay him even further.
And this is what we want, and this is exactly what we were talking about before. They want to be able to get pressure around the map. They've already gotten the Infernal Dragon, and they want to start focusing around the Rift Herald that is already spawned.
Lano may have gotten caught out, gets a Dark Binding Ace in the hole, and Sabrus with Sonic Wave connects. Meanwhile, in the back lines, Ragnarok used by Lee, trying to shut down YGX, and he will. Meanwhile, Trashly has found Nautica, the route up onto Beast. Can he get out? No, Trashly will claim that kill. But here comes Lee, and Sonorous! Sabrus kicks him back, but I don't think he'll get out alive. That's a shutdown. Going over onto Sonorous right now, and Imananda will go down, but here comes Joe! The Unstoppable Force going straight onto Nautica. The heal with the W is going to be there, a flash out, and the stone is not going to be enough, and this is going to be one dead rock.
And that was just an incredibly awkward play coming from Kraken White. They had so much going for them in the beginning, being able to catch out Lana on the Xayah, finishing her off. But unfortunately for YGX, the rest of Divas Esports was in the back line, and it just seemed as though they were coming in one by one. This is the thing we need to be focusing on. Yes, we have seen a lot of these teams get an early advantage, but we're seeing that a small misplay can cause them the rest of the game, and this is where they need to start reacting correctly. We want them to be able to get that macro down pat, and because the Rift Herald is there, they've already switched their bot lanes up to get that additional pressure. If they end up losing it out, they are going to end up sacrificing the Rift Herald and their overall lead here. We've seen that lead has already begun to catch up with 2-0 and 4 KDA, but of course, Beat still does not have any kills, but at least keeping up his CS.
Whoa, those jukes there from Beats! That is not going to be enough, and Sabrus will claim his third kill of the game.
Sabrus still making sure that he's trying to pick up kills as much as possible here. Just because they have been ace, it does not mean that they have given up so soon here, as they're trying to get as much pressure as possible. Zarin is making sure that he is around the map. He is the person who has the most amount of gold funneled into him at the moment. Another dragon going towards Kraken White here, but of course that just means that is a Rift Herald potentially for Devious Esports. However, they are a little bit scared and they're gonna start backing out.
Yeah, just a note, there is no TP available on Sonorous, so if this does turn into a team fight, he will not be able to join unless he charges in from the mid lane. They said he's going to see if he can try and interrupt Jory if he decides to TP into this fight, but looks like the disengage is here. But it's a wet noodle fight, and Jory's going to take a bit of damage. It looks like he'll be able to get away, but here comes the fight. The Ragnarok straight to the pit. The slicing maelstrom will take down Melissa, and Leet will go down as well. Lano as well will fall, and that should be Rift Herald as well for Kraken White.
And that was huge, and this is why people find Morgana and Caitlyn so annoying. We saw the snare land and then following up by the trap, and it was just a full Caitlyn combo to boot there. One by one, we noticed that Devious Esports are going to be crumbling here. But of course, with the ace that they were able to gain just moments before, it means that they still are capable of getting these good fights. It's just unfortunate that Beats, as a LeBlanc, his one sole purpose is to try and 100-0 any of the members on the opposing team. But with him being this far behind, he is unable to do that as thus far. What do you think they need to be able to do in order to get something out of this in terms of Devious?
I mean, Devious, they need to just back off, farm up, make sure that Beats is gonna be like able to do what he can to win. He needs to be on the back, or he needs to be on the cleanup duty. That's what he needs to do. But it also depends on whether Leno and Nausicaa, whether they can not get caught essentially, because even though they do have the Featherstorm for that safety for Leno, it's still not like guaranteed that you're going to be getting out safely. I mean, Trashley could just send a Dark Binding straight after you come down. So it's all dependent on how they use their abilities, whether they can manage their cooldowns or not.
I totally agree with you here. We've noticed that as soon as Trashley is able to land one of these Dark Bindings onto the opposing members of Devious Esports, it just turns out they end up being taken down here. We need to be able to see some sort of counterplay to that. Of course, with the mobility, with the movement speed that Karma has, you would assume that they would be able to dodge those. Unfortunately for Nausicaa, he was able to take down as well. What are we seeing at the moment? We noticed that Joe wants to make sure that he is trying to get as much pressure on the side lanes as possible, especially with his TP up. That being said, however, we noticed that Zaranus is on the opposite side of the map doing the exact same thing here.
And especially with those TPs coming up, Baron going to be up in like 5 minutes. I mean, as I just realized I didn't have my buff timers on, so I don't know. But meanwhile, a charge up into the top lane. YGX is going to use the Slicing Maelstrom to get ready, and Leet will take the kill. Joe used his TP. Ragnarok will be coming off cooldown. The Unstoppable Force will secure his skill, but no, the flash over the wall by Leet. And Nausicaa is here to help disengage. Does he want to... No, he doesn't want to go full on in again. Okay.
That was a close call there, and that would have been huge for Joe. But of course, they are able to get a tower in the mid lane because it is 3 to absolutely 0 to be able to defend that.
Well, that is 2 towers down now for Kraken White, so it's slightly increasing their goal lead, only about 3.8k now. And we'll take away the red buff, so keeping that power away from Leet. Not be able to dive the back line that easily, but Beats needs to be careful. Saberus, Nanda, and Trashley are around, but looks like they are just going to disengage.
I absolutely love the way that Kraken White are playing at this point in time. They were able to funnel so much gold in the early games, and despite having been aced earlier, they're making sure that they don't actually end up being caught in that type of position again. With YGX already being this far ahead against LeBlanc, it just means he's able to do what things so much easier for himself as well. Beats, however, is still trying to be in the side lanes, trying to get as much gold into here, but not being able to pick up any kills is devastating because we know how aggressive Emma Watson how Beats has been in the past here. So him not being able to mechanics max as much as he used to, he is forced to go towards the macro max type of route.
Well, right now, we're just going to see teams get their sideway priorities up. As Saberus is going to flash on forward, trying to assassinate Leno, but doesn't look like he's able to. But he is going to be able to, actually. Lee going to use the Ragnarok to rock and roll away. Nausicaa trying to run as fast as he can. The axe undertow will slow down the mouth fight. The chains do connect onto YGX. The Knight going down, and Beats finally gets a kill.
It was really unfortunate for Saberus that he thought he'd be able to take down Lano, but unfortunately he still needed that little bit of damage. If they were able to do a little bit more earlier, they would have definitely been able to come out on top.
Oh, Nausicaa did find Trashley. TP actually coming in from Sonorous. Is it going to be enough? But do they decide to go onto Joe? Imananda is here right now. The charge coming straight on here, and Imananda will be the target. Joe going so low right now. Joe, can he get out? Beats is on the chase, and he will get the kill for himself. And looks like Nanda did escape with the thanks to the flash.
Oh no, we're seeing that Beats is actually picking up momentum here, being able to pick up a kill against YGX, and now picking up another kill against Joe. We need to be able to see Kraken White focusing on the things that they can actually execute properly. We know that Saberus was trying to get a pick onto Lano, but because he wasn't able to do that, it just means 2 of the members were left incredibly low, so they're giving up a little bit of advantage. That being said, however,
YGX tries to engage in all 3, but will end up taking down Nausicaa. Slicing Maelstrom was used. Beats trying to see how far he can assassinate somebody, and the answer was pretty damn close to taking out YGX.
It's interesting to see that despite them being able to take down the a few members from Kraken White, they weren't able to get much out of it. However, they did manage to get some gold into Beats here. Will that be able to change the tide of some things? Will he be able to 100 to 0 the back line? Unfortunately for him, it is a Caitlyn who is paired up with Trashly on the Morgana. So with all the additional gold coming through into Beats, he is obviously going to be able to pick up some of these items, and Trashly needs to be very reactive to where this LeBlanc is going to be, making sure that Imanati is able to get as much damage down as possible, or of course at least even Saber so he can get his kick into the rest of the team so they can put off their full AoE combo.
Well, now we've gotten into Baron territory, so we should start to see both these teams try and push up their vision lines even further. As we take a quick look right now, in case there isn't an engage, YGX having to get away, the charge is going to be used. Sonorous has found him, will dash through the bet. Trap on a rope will do the job, and Sonorous will actually be unstoppable, but here comes the rest of Kraken White. They are looking for a fight. The Undertow will tag up. Armanada Sabres tries to dive in. Sonorous will go. His mind is telling him no, but his body is telling him yes. But decides to get out. Decides, no, I'm not going to go fully Syndrome, and gets out. Meanwhile, we do see Beats pushing in that mid lane.
I find it so interesting that if it were the other way around, if they had that little bit extra bit of movement speed for Kraken White, they would have definitely been able to catch some people out. I know that as soon as YGX has his Zhonya's, he's going to be even more balls to the walls in terms of trying for these engages here. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't have that just yet. Of course, he is prioritizing the Proto Belt and the Morello Nemeton, but he is on his ways. We're noticing that... Ooh. We're noticing that they are currently going to be resetting here, but of course we are seeing that the rest of their team is on the opposite side of the map, and Zoranus does not have his teleport up.
I mean, neither does Joe, but there's still two TPs on the side of Kraken White, both on Imananda and YGX. So, in case there was a fight to break out, both these players could come in and just absolutely turn the tide of any fight. But taking a quick look at Kraken White's vision, and we can currently see it's all centered around that bot side, and as they do come into the Baron pit to try and sweep out some vision and push up their own vision lines, we do see Devious, their own vision, it's a bit more defensive. We can see control wards all in their own jungle, not any deep control wards that we see from Devious.
And we want to be able to get as much vision as possible here. We know that Beats needs to be able to see at least one of the opposing members and try to assassinate somebody. Even if he is unable to 100 to 0, being able to take them down to a small amount of health just means that they'll be able to get an overall advantage in terms of wanting to go for this engage here. With no stopwatches available for Kraken White, it means they don't really have much defenses available for them if they go for the all-in here.
Well, taking a quick look at the items on the side of Devious, we do have the Titanic's Hydra, Black Cleaver done for Sonorous, Black Cleaver, Red Smite with Warrior Enchantment, and a BF Sword for Leet. Ludens, I was about to say Rudens, Ludens Echo and the Oblivion Orb done for Beats, and then we have the Essence Reaver Rapid Fire Cannon done for Leno. Meanwhile, on the side of Kraken White, we do have that Sunfire Cape, and it looks like the lookings of a whatchamacallit, Abyssal Mask. That's it. That's the other colorless item. Done for Joe. Meanwhile, Black Cleaver, Tiamat, and Blue Smoke with Warrior Enchant done for Saberus. Meanwhile, while we have the Morellos and Proto Belt and the beginnings of a Zhonya's for YGX, i.e. Rapified and Zeal done for Imananda. Meanwhile, and just a redemption done as we do see YGX trying to re-engage onto Beats, but just unfortunately unable to thanks to Ethereal Chains.
And that's going to be an ultimate that is not available for YGX here. Because that isn't available for them, it just means that if Divas Esports tries to go for an engage, that's some stuns that isn't going to be up for the side of Kraken White here. With them focusing so much on the Baron side, they want to go for a fight and trying to focus on that here.
Well, they are just brute forcing their way into this tier 1 mid-town and able to take it down. Third Infernal Drake is up now, and it looks like that Devious do have that inside track, but But Kraken, they're hunting. They're trying to see if they can find a pick. The charge is going to go straight onto Imananda. Ragnarok being popped by Elite as well. Needs to be careful. But no, the shutdown going over onto Imananda. But beats onto the backline. We'll get the shutdown to Leno. Zonorous has to be careful. Is onto the skull. Will get repeat put onto it. Trashly is going low. Will get down. Beats now on a killing spree. Zonorous will get put off onto skull. But Sabrus onto the backlines will take down the Sire and the skull. So, yeah. Take down the Sire and the Kled. But now it's all just up to Beats. Joe, don't go dangerous low. Beats has to juke and jive his way across. Ooh, does dodge out the Sonic Wave. And that will be a 3 for 4 in the favor of Devious. Oh, sorry, in the favor of Kraken White.
And what incredibly messy fight that was. There was so much going on everywhere, and I'm pretty sure not a single flash was spared in that particular fight. It is, however, going to be in the favor of Kraken White, as they're going to be able to pick up their 3rd Infernal Drake, and if not, their 4th overall Dragon of this game here. We see that Beats was able to get onto the back line and getting that shutdown go onto Leno, onto the Xayah here, but unfortunately for them, they weren't able to come out on top. They won even without the Kennen ultimate for them either. It was huge that they were able to get that far into the fight too. We noticed that there are a lot of defensive items coming out, especially with late with the GA as well, so that's just going to be a little bit more obnoxious for Imanada here. He was able to take him down, but will he be able to take him down in this next fight? It all depends on whether or not they're able to go for these good fights in terms of getting caught out in a little niche area as well. Beats wants to be able to get as much of this pressure time and time again, especially onto YGX. We saw him go up into the top lane and bait out the ultimate and not have that up into the next fight, and that was huge for them.
Even though the ultimate wasn't key, they still won the fight off the back of Sabrus just absolutely diving Leno and Nausicaa. But Beats may have found Sabrus, but it looks like Beats is just going to beat on off.
And this is exactly what you want to be able to do as a LeBlanc. You want to just try to bait out their summoners or their ultimates so that next time round they are able to take advantage of this and try to win the overall fight and have that advantage over them here. Because he was able to get those early kills, he is able to catch up and do exactly that. We understand that LeBlanc isn't as much of an AoE type of damage champion here, but being able to bait out something like this is huge for them, and Beats is doing it well.
Yeah, well, he may have just forced the entirety of Kraken White to be like, you know what, we're done with this magician. Let's show the last final trick, as they are just gonna wander up, but looks like they won't decide to fully commit to that. As they decide with mid lane priority is more important, as Joe is gonna join them as well. And that's another thing that happened as well after the fight. Both Joe and Imanada used their TPs to help secure that Drake. And in case, like, what happens if Devious decide to do a cheeky Baron? Like, it's going to be difficult for them, if they're across the map, to come join that fight.
And it's going to be huge, but Zoranus does have TP available, but unfortunately nowhere to TP too, so he's going to have to make his way there as soon as possible. There's so many members of the team here at now. What are they going to decide to do?
Well, looks like the Suns are going to back off. Baron just resetting slowly.
Sabrus is still in the pit.
But Baron looks like it's going to be a reset here. And both teams are just going to back off, saying, you know, okay, gentlemen's agreement, we're not going to fight. Let's just back off. I swear, we're not going to fight, guys. But as I say that, Trashly does land a Dark Binding onto Nausicaa. The charge was used up top. Trying to find Imananda, and Trashly and Joe may be in trouble. Trashly getting caught out. The Unstoppable. The redemption is too late. GA going to be popped onto Elite right now. That looks like the rest of Kraken White are just going to escape here. That's a nice pick-off there for Devious.
Yeah, very nice pick-off, and really unfortunate for Kraken White. They're being caught out that way, being split up as well after trying to go for a Baron. But of course, Sabrus going ham on Zoranus.
Yeah, on a killing spree, but Beats will take off that GA. So both junglers not having GA, Ace in the Hole being used as well. So both teams losing one member, a support for a top laner. Not the best trade for Devious.
Not the best trade, but 2 Guardian Angels being down on both of their junglers is huge here. We know that we know that we still have a lot of vision game happening at the moment as they take it down. But of course, with the rest of Devious Esports going for that reset and and only 1 TP being available, but no vision here, it's going to be a little bit of a sticky situation here. What will they be able to plan to do here? The ultimate has been popped, but are they going to go in?
Oh, Bates deciding to jump in, trying to see if he can get a bit more damage lead. No Ragnarok, the unstoppable force comes in, but still won't be there. YGX with slicing mass from Featherstorm, and the flash in by Lano. But is it going to be enough? Desire does go down. Zonorous onto the back lane has found Trashly, but I think this might be it for Devious. 3 players go down, and Kraken White tank the Baron, and looking like to take this game as well.
That was huge for Kraken White here. They stuck to their guns, focused on the Baron, and we can see that Sabrus was incredibly confident in being able to win the Smite War if they were ever going to be able to have one. However, that being said, we noticed that both the jungler and Beats are still the only ones that are alive here, and the flashes aggressively over the wall in order to secure even more kills is huge for them. I was talking earlier about how Devious Esports have a lot of movement speed, and meaning that they're able to catch out a lot of the members of Kraken White. And of course, Leak gets taken down, but with 2 Air Dragons on the side of Kraken White, they have so much more catch potential and so much more movement speed to be able to make these plays. We know that with the GA is going to be coming up as well, and Sabrus being aggressive as he is, it's just going to be time and time again where I feel Kraken White are going to be able to come out on top here.
Well, and also with the 5 Drakes as well, Eldritch is going to be a huge win condition, especially now that it's after 30 minutes. So we will see that Elder Drake spawning in about 4 minutes and 25 seconds. So it's going to be interesting now to see how far Kraken White can push this Baron buff advantage. But as we do see, it's going to be just a 5-man ARAM push through this mid lane. Zonorous, no TPs, just going to be pushing out that bottom wave. Beats trying to find as much damage as he can, and it looks like this inhib tower will go down. The inhib as well, maybe. Trashly using that black shield to save his own skin. Inhib does go down. Beats trying to find a pick off to the side, but nice macro moves from Kraken White, and they back off and try and find more advantages.
Kraken White needs to be very careful in terms of when Beats goes in, because there is going to be that little bit of scare in trying to utilize what Beats is trying to do here. He wants to try to get them to use their ultimates and try to freak them out so that they don't have that later on in these team fights here. But allowing Beats to just use his distortion to use his W to get back in and jump back out just gives us that little bit of push.
That charge is going to come in. The Black Shield will prevent the knock-up, and Zonorous may have gone too far. Kick back into YGX. But Zonorous, he says, a fellow Yordle. I'm going to kill him. As the Ragnarok is going to be popped. Sabrus was on a rampage now, taking down Nausicaa. But Leak will trade out YGX for that. So support for the mid laner going in right now. Beats has to be careful. Has to dash over the wall. The tier 2 top tower going down. And it looks like Kraken White, they're just going to keep on pushing in.
I find it really interesting that a lot of these fights that Devious are going for, they just end up losing even more so from it here. They are able to take down a few of the members from Kraken White, but they haven't been able to get any objectives from it or be able to get any more gold from it overall here.
Oh, the ace through the hole through the fountain, and it looks like Kraken White are pushing for the win right now. Joe is going to get rooted up. Leno gonna try and find a way to kick away. Leno, can he get away? No, he can't. The Unstoppable Force will give Armanata a kill. Instead, Joe just missing his ultimate. The Nexus towers are down, and Kraken White, they're looking to be the undefeated team. TP coming in. Sabrus, he's trying to get the kill. GA going to be popped onto lead right now. Zonorous is going to be taken away. Sabrus, he's unstoppable, and just like the team itself, they will be unstoppable, and they will take first place in the OCAL.
And that is huge for Kraken White. Everybody was coming in saying, you know what, Kraken White, they were not only part of the original 8 finalist teams, but here they are coming in 3-0 Oh, so far, and against teams who we thought that would be able to have the overall advantage, and Divas Esport not being able to take the win here is incredible. I'm actually surprised, but being able to watch how well they've been able to play in OCAL thus far, you can just see how hard these people have been working towards these games.
Yeah, and Kraken White, I mean, we've seen them, especially in our previous circuit, as we keep mentioning multiple times. They were also, like, not favored to go into playoffs, but they managed to get into playoffs. This team has managed to defy expectations week in, week in and week out. And it's just amazing to see them come this far again and just being on this undefeated streak as well. And especially since Dolan has gone to the sub position and we're seeing Armanada as well coming in and stepping up as well, being a massive threat is really good. And I just want to point out, I am now have my first pick'ems of the night. I'm happy. I'm not going to be going 0-4. And formal, I do. Yeah, you're now 1-2, same as me. Haha.
Okay, in terms of that, I just want to say that Kraken White, again, played incredibly well. Sabrus doing exactly what I thought he would be doing, being aggressive and making sure he was able to get the rest of his team ahead as much as he did. So, of course, Sabrus, shout out to you. And, of course, to Trashly making sure that he was able to use those Dark Bindings time and time again to catch out the enemy team. Of course, that just means we're going to go straight into the analyst desk so they can talk about what's been going on and their thoughts of the overall game. And we'll be seeing you guys after that.
Yeah, so Baz and the boys, take it away. Can he get away? No, he can't. The Ensemble Force will give Armanada a kill. Instead, Joe just missing his ultimate. The Nexus Towers are down, and Kraken White, they're looking to be the undefeated team. TP coming in, Sabrus, he's trying to get the kill. Jake's going to be popped onto lead right now. Zonorous is going to be taken away. Sabrus, he's unstoppable, and just like the team itself, they will be unstoppable, and they will take first place in the OCAL.
And that is huge for Kraken White.
Yes, cheers for that, Quirky and VLA. Of course, joined here back on the analyst desk here with Baz and Perplexer and Big Brain Steffo as well. We're here covering the action of Game 3. What?
Oh, why did you get Big Brain?
What?
Because I am Big Brain.
Have you seen his head? Look at his head. You're telling me that's not Big Brain? What are you talking about?
That's one of the best you can think of.
Game 3, DVC Sports. I'm going to keep it PG. DVC Sports versus Kraken White. Insane match. I mean, Kraken White take it on top here now, coming into first place. Guys, what in the world happened?
Oh my god. I gotta say, another big performance from Kraken White. Another big performance from specifically Sabrus. Like, his playstyle is absolutely incredible. He made an early start in the jungle. He kept his pressure going with the Lee Sin, and oh boy was it exciting when we did see the lock-in.
Dude, Sabrus is like my star player in this whole tournament. Like I think that out of everybody, he has shown like the most like diversity in his champion pool, his skill set. Like he's on the ball every single game that I've seen him. Right? Like, I don't think I can say anything bad about the guy. His Lee Sin was clean, his Zack's been clean, his Nunu was insane. Like, the man's got a triple threat, as they might put it. But no, overall, I think Wigan Warriors played that really well. Kennen obviously being 3 for 3 tonight. Full AP Kennen is crazy. I don't know how I feel about that. I wasn't sure the strongest champion, but apparently he's really good now in these tournaments. So hey,
secret of the tournament. If you're watching this and you're playing the next game, pick Kennen.
Yeah, Kennen's the winning pick, man. Kennen's the secret OP. No, but I mean, overall, I'm pretty happy with how Weekend Warriors played. Finally, I got a prediction right.
I was about to bring that up next as well. Finally, the casters get a prediction right that isn't formal. Yes, finally, boys. That's good stuff. But yeah, no, that was just a great showing out of Kraken White, and something else I wanted to bring up with Sabrus. It shows like the past 2 weeks you got Zack, right? Absolutely insane, one of those tank junglers. But he comes out with Lee Sin and shows, yeah, I can play tanks really, really well, but I can also play these more carry style junglers as well. And not to mention here, like, the rest of the guys from Kraken White 2 as well. Bot lane side there, Nando and Trashly had an amazing game there as well. YJX put a lot of effort. But Beats brought in quite a bit of effort there for DVS Esports.
No, yeah, Beats was like a good win condition for them. He made plays, he looked for things to happen, but you know, when you're versing a Morgana, an Elise, like
It's a
and a
bit different.
Cannon, like you're not like Malphite is outplay potential, even if you are playing someone like a LeBlanc, to like solo carry those sort of games. And so you like you didn't have enough to work with, I don't feel like. And unfortunately that, you know, costs them the victory there. Overall, Crack and White met expectations. Really keen to see them play on this tournament. Currently the #1 seed now. And so yeah, I mean, I don't really have anything else to say. They just played really well.
So I'm gonna wrap this one up here now, guys. That was game number 3. They're cracking white now, as Harrison just mentioned, taking out first place there now for week 3. So it's now up to the rest of the teams to try and chase down and hunt down Crack and White to bring them down from that top spot. And we're going to be going into our final game now for week number 3 here for OCAL 2019. Just after this quick break, it will be GIC taking on Natives Esports here in another big potential match. So guys, don't go anywhere. The final match is just around the corner.
everybody, and welcome back to the OCAL week number 3. As we're getting ready to get into our last game of the night, it's going to be between GIC and Natives Esports. And of course, James, Quack, and joining me once again is Viella. And boy, are we so excited, especially after that last game.
I know. Tonight has been full of, like, I was reading the chat earlier and someone was saying it's like opposite day, and you know what, it's just been insane. I'm looking forward to this fight as well. GIC into Natives. I'm seeing some familiar names, and of course we're seeing Mike Check in the jungle. In case you guys don't know, I'm pretty sure that is Raz and Amel going to be from Gravitas. And it is insane to see them playing together, because I know last week Amel wasn't actually playing for the team, but it's nice to see him back again tonight, and against GIC at that. What are your thoughts going into this game?
I mean, I've picked Natives for my pick'ems because lately of GIC, I just don't think they have what it takes to beat Natives at this current stage. But again, also with Natives, they haven't exactly been the best as well, and both these teams are fighting to show that, hey, we deserve to be here. We're gonna try the best as we can. So I'm expecting fireworks during this game, as we do see a hover over Vlad first pick.
It's going to be huge. A lot of these teams need to be able to make a name for themselves overall. And of course, people saying that it is opposite day, so you never know. Whoever you think is going to win, well, you know what? Could end up being an upset, but we don't know until the game gets going here. We see the Vladimir, and of course, we're seeing the Zaya and Rakan to boot. Another Lovers duo we're going to be seeing, of course, in the bottom lane. I really like the Zaya and the Rakan here, time and time again. It just does not disappoint. The skins as well are just magnificent too, and we were able to see that earlier tonight. If it is happening again, I would love that, but overall, it can be seen as a little bit cringe.
And before Amel didn't buy the the Star Guardian skin, so it's Star Guardian Zaya and just like IG Rakan is just like
Not a bad skin though. I'm not upset with that overall. I just feel like it's just upsetting in the sense that they don't have a matching skin. However, guys, I feel like everybody needs to be aware. In terms of the Star Guardian Zaya and Rakan, if you play together, it doesn't actually match up, and that's probably the most triggering thing about this. Like, that's it. Like, the rest of them, you can see it match like so nicely in between the borders, but this one, nah, it just doesn't work out, and that's, anyway.
I mean, if you look at the lore, it kind of makes sense, because Zaya is like hell bent on destroying the the Star Guardians because she's turned evil, and Rakan's just there to make sure that Zaya stays alive. Like, he's not necessarily evil. So I think it's has Zoe in between them, so it's sort of like a duality thing. As we do see Galio getting picked up here for GIC, as well as a Gragas.
I find it interesting, especially since in the last game, in terms of picks and ban phase, we saw somebody hovering over the Galio. So again, this is what we're going to be focusing on. So far, we see the Vladimir, the Ezra, and the Galio. What do you think GIC is going for here?
To be honest, I think they're just going to try and scale up with a tank. Get that Galio for engage, especially with the taunt. Even though they can't flash taunt anymore, which is really sad. I'd love doing that as a Galio. But that being said, if Galio could get in there, get a multi-man taunt, and then you have Vladimir throw down the Hemo Plague as well, as you're frozen the True Shot Barrage, you got a crap ton of damage in there as well.
I can't help but disagree with you here. So we see that they are going through the banning phase, but getting rid of Darius, getting rid of the Jarvan, both incredibly strong champions thus far. I feel like because of what we were able to see last week, GIC was the same team that went for the Nocturne mid, wasn't it, against Weekend Warriors. And it was interesting to see because despite it being a little bit of an interesting pick overall, he was able to get a lot of kills here and there just because of how much he was able to provide for his overall team, and obviously the paranoia and how dark it can get in Fog of War. Kennen unfortunately doesn't actually get a show here, and I can already feel Magnus being like, thank God I don't have to see that trash champion on my screen. But you know what? We take those and we just run it back from here.
Yeah.
We're seeing so much tankiness so far. We see the Gragas and the Ornn.
Oh, is that an Ornn jungle?
That is
Is that going to be the fabled Ornn jungle that I've been hearing so much about? Is that going to be a Gragas top?
You never know these days, because I know the last week Gragas was played in the jungle by Leet, so it is a potential for Gragas being seen yet again there. However, that being said, last game we noticed that Cannon was played in the mid lane, and that's something that we're used to seeing in the top. So these overall like guesses as to where these champions may end up laning could be completely destroyed, considering how things have been going thus far in these past few games. Because that being said, we're just having a look at the rest of the lineup for GIC here. That is huge for them. They've got Vlad, Galio. If they do end up picking this Dr. Mundo, I love it so far. This is so tanky. Really, like it is insane, because we've seen Dr. Mundo just being able to run and go wherever he pleases, and that's pretty much what he just that's Dr. Mundo. Like that's the only thing I think of when somebody mentions his name overall here.
Mundo
So
goes wherever he pleases.
Literally, that's it. That's the one. So what are we trying to see from the opposing side? A Yasuo. Okay. So I am seeing a lot of displacements, and unfortunately for you, fortunately for you, we are going to be seeing the switch around here. Will you be able to see the on jungle? Doesn't look like it.
It's
That's
gonna be
okay,
the on
quirky. That's all right then. All right, let's have a look at the matchups overall. We are seeing Vlad and Ornn here. What are your thoughts about that overall matchup? I know for me personally, top lane isn't particularly my forte, but I know Vlad, and he is a huge pain overall.
Well, luckily you got a top lane main with you here. So Vlad, amazing sustain. Especially going to be hard to kill, especially when he goes into his Sanguini pool. But with that on as well, just the potential for just interrupting. It's going to be pretty much a wet noodle fight, because any damage Ornn's going to do in that early game, Eric's just going to be like, yep, sorry, transfuse, yep, I'm just healed back up again. But once we get into those team fight stages, that's where the Ornn really shines, especially with the call of the Forge God. Especially having a multi-man slow and then a multi-man knock-up, that's going to be huge, especially when you have Emmy on the Yasuo.
Yeah, it's going to be huge here. We can see how much that they have towards Emmy in the mid lane on the Yasuo at that here. And you want to be able to get a lot of these team fights and a lot of these displacements going. So as soon as Yasuo is able to get his level 6, of course Mike Check's going to be trying to help him around that and try to get him even more so ahead. Overall, in terms of matchup here, we know that we were talking about Zai and Rakan and how great they are together, yada yada, cool lore stuff. But in terms of Ezreal Morgana into that particular matchup, what are your thoughts about that? We haven't been seeing lots of Ezreals in OCAL so far, so I think, is this the first time we're actually going to be seeing him in this split?
I think it's the first time we see him in the split. I have to quickly check my notes. But typically, Ezreal's going to have a bit of a trouble in that lane phase. We won't exactly see him hit a spike until that mid game where he has that Marimuna all done up. But with the Morg, it does provide extra safety as well, and the engage with the Dark Binding. But the Black Shield's the most important thing, especially when you have a Rakan looking to get a grand entrance straight onto your Ezreal. But with the Ezreal, it should be a nice safe lane for him. He can always Arcane Shift back, and should be able to just be able to get the farm that he needs to, able to get to be that mid to late game monster that we know Ezreal's can be.
Yeah, okay, I was going through my memory bank, and I'm pretty sure Bucky played Ezreal last week as well. But this is what against Devious too. So something that we want to be looking at here is how much they're able to get in terms of knockups for Emmy on this Yasuo, and making sure that they're able to get ahead overall. We have been seeing so much power in terms of Xayah. We were watching Pengo playing Xayah earlier today, and he was able to get a lot of those recall feathers, getting the overall roots onto the enemy team, and that being an overall game changer in terms of these fights too. I'm noticing for GIC, however, a lot of these games that we've been seeing for the OCAL teams overall, they get dragged out quite a bit, and there's a lot of back and forth between these teams, and there's never really a huge, okay, this person's in the lead, as opposed to them being at a disadvantage here, because both teams are able to be able to figure out how they're able to get back into the game, even if it's just small fights here and there. And a classic example, of course, just being in the last game, we saw Kraken White being incredibly ahead, but still being able to get aced by the opposing team. And it did seem as though Devious was able to try to get something from that, but because they weren't able to get even any sort of objective from that overall, it didn't seem like an overall advantage here. But these are the types of things that we need to be able to focus on in terms of what these teams want to be able to get out of these fights and out of these skirmishes that are going to be happening time and time again. We know that GIC are a bunch of new players we don't really see in terms of the overall amateur league here, but seeing them here in OCAL and watching them being able to play here in these past couple of weeks is huge for them, of course. But seeing a Galio, this is probably like the first time I've actually seen Infernal Galio at all here. But seeing a Galio being picked as well, I'm excited to see how he's able to utilize that too, especially last week, him being on the Nocturne and making sure that Paranoia was utilized against Weekend Warriors, catching out as many members as possible, trying to get them taken down too. I want to be able to see that type of aggression coming from Scripter again.
Yeah, and he's playing the more team-oriented champion, not the more supportive type of champion. He's not playing to be that more, oh, I'm gonna kill you straight away. So it's gonna be interesting to see, especially coming into what we might find from Scripto.
Yeah, okay, and now we are all ready to go. I'm so excited to see what's going to be coming up from here as well here. We've seen a lot of vision being put down in the early games in terms of scouting where the enemy jungle is going to be, and I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be seeing that again. However, I remember last week GIC being in the mid lane and just having a little bit of a dance off here and there, so you never know. It's going to be a little bit obscure, but of course Negative's going for a nice little bit of fan. 3 members of the team being on the opposing side of the map, just in case there is any sort of scouting going on there.
And, well, we do see Natives pushing in onto that bottom side, trying to get the vision. Will get placed down, but Amelg, so just trying to get the vision, trying to see where Mundo will be. And pretty much, we talked about sure, Mundo can go wherever he please, but that early game jungle clear from Mundo, it's not necessarily the best for your team, really.
No, not at all, especially because that's the trouble with playing something tanky in the jungle here. If you end up falling behind or you don't get anything in terms of the early advantage here, not in terms of getting your jungle taken away from you or you don't get any kills, it's just that it's harder for you to be able to scale unless the game gets dragged on, and you need to try to rely on the opposing lanes to funnel gold from here and there. With that being said, however, what do you think that both of these junglers need to be able to focus on? I know in terms of Natives, we were focusing on Emmy in the middle lane, because of course he's on the Yasuo, but where do you think No Name's going to be?
Guys, I think he might try and get this Vlad ahead, because once you get that Vlad ahead, he is going to be just pretty much an unkillable object. And if you can get him ahead, then you can get Mundo ahead, and then he'll be the unkillable thing, and then you get Scripter ahead, and he'll be unkillable because he's on the tanky champion as well. So it all just snowballs even further, but it all depends where that first gank is going to be.
Oh yeah, definitely. And considering where both of these junglers have started, they're just going to end up being on the same side of the map as well. But we do see that No Name is already going for a recall here and not going towards his red jungle whatsoever.
It's backing off, just getting a refill of his health, because he knows he's going to need it for the jungle clear. But getting the Bellows Breath down onto Eric a bit early might be crucial. If Kinsey can actually get the Bellows Breath straight into an auto attack, that Brittle is going to do so much damage.
Yeah, it's going to be huge here. We're seeing a lot of back and forth in all of these lanes so far. I know that Showmaker wants to try to get as many Qs as possible here, but as soon as Emel gets any sort of in for them, they're going to be able to get a better trade here, just because he's able to duck in and back out.
Yeah, a nice grand entrance from Amelg onto PPS, able to just disrupt him even further. The Black Shield not being available as of yet, so PPS just having to hang back a bit, not being that protective Morgana as we have seen. And especially PPS has got big shoes to fill, especially after Trashly's amazing game.
Yeah, Trashly did play an incredible Morgana in the last game, yeah, and especially with what he had to be able to Black Shield as well, was huge.
The knock up into the Bellows Breath. Eric has to be careful, will transfuse up. Kinsey has got the health lead. The Spire coming up straight into the pull, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Flash being forced out. Meanwhile, taunt into the mid lane. Emmy straight into the Winds of War. A nice wind wall to keep away the Cleavers, but a flash from the jungler and flash from Emmy will keep them available. But meanwhile, in the bottom lane, here comes Mic Check. PPS gonna go low. Ignite being already used, and that's first flag going straight onto Baki. May be a double kill going on to Showmaker, and it will be first 2 kills going over to to natives. But Kinsey flashbacks in. That's Pillar will be able to connect, and that's 3 quick kills over to natives.
So that was huge. We saw that No Name went straight into the mid lane, trying to make sure that a lot of the pressure is being removed from Scripter as well, and the flash being taken down from Emmy is going to be huge for them. However, in the bottom lane, we noticed that Mic Check went straight in, trying to get those kills off, and it's huge. Double kill going straight onto Bucky on as Azaya. There's just going to be so much pressure for them, and we're going to be able to see a lot more aggression in that bot lane.
And so we do see Emmy just getting absolutely bullied in this mid lane. Script hasn't even gone back yet, so it's not even because of a TP back in. It's just because, maybe because of that gank from No Name, forcing out the flash and the damage as well. So nice work here from GIC, keeping Emmy a bit low, but meanwhile, all across the map, not being able to get the done. Meanwhile, another knock up onto Eric by Kinsey, and Kinsey's just bullying Eric right now.
Yeah, a lot of bullying going on, but we see No Name is already in the top lane as he goes for an exchange.
Yeah, the Cleaver straight back in, the fires as well, and Kinsey will go down. No Name getting the first kill for GIC here.
Oh, a little unfortunate for Kinsey there, but that's just a little bit of over-aggression and not having enough wards to be able to pick up on where No Name is. But that is a little bit of a goal going towards Eric here. Out of Vladimir at that, it's definitely going to be great for him. Sorry, excuse me for that. No, we do see that Mic Check is going to be going around towards the bottom side of the map. We know that because No Name was in the top side, he's going to have to make sure that he is being present in the bottom side because of the dragon being available for them as well. The amount of TPs have already been taken down from Eric and as well as Showmaker here, but of course with Scripter having both the teleport and of course his ultimate just allows him to be where in terms of the overall objectives, he can be able to make an appearance there as well.
Well, Eric now has to push onto the top lane, trying to get the tower plates so he can get even further. Even though it's a kill lead for natives, it's still an even goal game at the moment, so not really a huge lead. As I do say that a 2-man grand entrance as No Name decides to come and check in on his patience down the bottom lane. As Dr. Mundo tries to come through, Dark Binding will miss. Amel may have to be the flash, but the shutdown going over to Showmaker. A double kill going on to the Ezreal right now, and Mic Check decides to come back in and gank and gets his own shutdown.
That was really well played gank from No Name here, making sure to abuse the fact that Bucky did not have his flash available, getting 2 kills onto Showmaker as well. It's just unfortunate for GIC that Mic Check was able to make his round and be able to get a shutdown for himself here. Both junglers making sure that they are giving that pressure up around.
No Name being careful. The heroic entrance does come in, but No Name goes straight back into Mic Check, and that may have been his doom. The knockup goes straight onto Scripter. Dark Binding does miss. Emmy going very low, but I think he will be able to escape. PPS not chasing any further. Mic Check in the bush with Amel as well with the grand entrance. Dark Shield does go onto PPS, but the shutdown gold going over to Scripter. A double kill going over to the Galio right now, and Scripter sitting in a nice position 2-0.
A very nice black shield for PPS there, making sure he was able to stay alive as well, and being able to pick up a double kill for his mid lane Scripter. We've been talking about, I know, being on the analyst desk and seeing the games myself, that Scripter is probably one of their stronger players in terms of GIC. So seeing him be able to get a lead over a Yasuo as well is going to be huge for them. And I want to be able to see them being able to take advantage of his ultimates, especially in that particular fight there. He was able to ult in and try to make sure he was able to get kills out of it and get more gold for his team.
poor Eric getting bullied so hard in this top lane. The Hemo Plague does go down as well as the Blood Pool. Eric using the Transfuse to try and heal up as much as he can, but he will have to disengage. Meanwhile, we do see the call, the full score being used up in the top lane. Sangrini Pool as well. Mic check diving underneath, and this is going to be one dead Blood Lord.
a really interesting fight overall. I know for myself, I was just like, okay, what's going on here? I wasn't really paying attention to the minimap, and that's just the curse of being a solo queue player as well. But very nice follow-up.
Well, we're just getting fights after fights. Elmeg, Bucky able to take down No Name. Unsurprisingly, the Featherstorm will keep the side safe. They're able to get a double kill. Can he take out PPS with the double buffs? A triple kill coming over to Bucky. And Bucky just playing the Saya to perfection.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the entire fight that was happening in the bot lane due to an exchange that was happening in the mid. But Bucky being able to come out on top as well and finishing out with the double buff too is huge. He's able to get the early lead and getting even more kills on top of that with the CS lead that he has against this Ezreal is going to be huge for them.
I mean, looking at the overall macro scene, do we expect either of these bot lanes to lane swap to try and get pressure over into the Rift Herald, or will they be more looking forward towards trying to get that Cloud Drake maybe?
Having being able to take away the Rift Herald is going to be huge for them. Yes, we see that Natives has an overall lead here, but being able to push that and taking the Rift Herald from themselves just negates the possibility that GIC can take it for them. And this is what we want to be able to see as well, because we know that Scripter has, he is a Gallier, he is going to be able to ult around there, but no teleports on him means just like they need to make sure that the teleports are available if they do end up switching around here. And we see that GIC's Eric does have that available, but he doesn't feel overall comfortable being able to verse Bucky and a Melg here if they don't end up switching overall.
And it's also interesting, we're not going to be seeing my check on the tank Gragas. It's going to be the magic damage Gragas. So do you see Emmy getting chased in mid lane, but PPS getting caught out. Emmy will eventually go down to Scripter. And Emmy is not even the best game on this Yasuo.
Unfortunately not, and I feel like that he's just brought it upon himself. The amount of displacements for his team and then picking Yasuo into it is just asking for trouble as a Yasuo player overall. But of course, there is so much happening in the bot lane in terms of his team, and that's what he needs to be able to wait out for. When they do end up coming into these later on fights, when any sort of displacement that happens, whether it be the Rakan or of course Mike check on the Gragas here, which we've been seeing time and time again, that is when Emmys get to have a little bit of fun.
But we also seen, as we said, we have seen Mike Check just constantly visit this bot lane and trying to get Bucky out, which he has done. I mean, 6-1 already on this side is a massive amount of gold going over to the side. But Dark Binding does hit the change as well, but it's not going to be enough. Bucky is being just absolutely unstoppable at the moment.
There's so much. I feel like every time there's a bit of an exchange or a fight happening in the bot lane, we just go straight into the top lane because I feel like Kinsey and Eric just want to be able to deck it out, and we see No Name just hiding in the bush here, hoping for something to come out of it. And you know there's going to be a problem, especially in the bottom lane. If you see a Morgana land a binding onto the enemy ADC and you still can't kill them, it's going to be a little bit of a problem.
You haven't got enough damage. You're not ahead. You're not even at that point.
Not even, and as strange as that sounds, you're not wrong. But of course, Kinsey going in.
But Sanguini Pool will keep Eric alive, so that's an ultimate down for Kinsey. Not going to be able to use it, and No Name is still here hanging around. Gonna take out that control ward. Just back off, as Kinsey is just gonna back off. Let Eric take a bit more gold off the plates, but the knock-up straight underneath with the transfuse as well, straight into the Sanguini Pool. Kinsey, does he have the damage? Mike Check is here as well as Bucky. Eric may bit off more than he can chew, as Mike Check just says, pops him on the head and says no. But a nice cast back. Sadism immediate plop, heroic entrance, but Bucky says, I got range, I can just kill you. And Scripter has to be careful. Bucky is so far ahead, he could possibly just absolutely one-shot him.
A very nice roam coming from the rest of the natives team into the top lane as well. And unfortunately for Script, he wasn't in range in order to utilize his ultimate to be able to come in a lot sooner there. So that's an ultimate down from their side. It just means overall pressure just goes to the side of natives, and that's the Rift Throw that they wanted. And unfortunately for GIC, that just pushes them even further back in terms of the lead here.
Yeah, already down 3k gold. They could be up even more as Blue Buff looking to be stolen here. And Showmaker and PPS are just going to try and hold out against Emmy. Tower plates have fallen, so now might be the chance to use that Rift Herald. As Barky is just going to keep Scripter underneath tower. We may see another dive coming in.
Well, you've noticed that they're not afraid to go for these dives, especially in the top lane. Mic check making sure to get those ultimates off too.
A nice knock up onto Elmeg. Will dissuade from him further, but the quickness into the two-man charm and knock up, and Emmy will get his second kill of the game. PPS arriving a bit too late to help out his team, and this might be the first brick going down.
And Melg is doing incredibly well on this Rakan here, and Baki being able to follow up too is just insane. And that is the power of Zai and Rakan here. The amount of dashes between the two and how big of a gap it is overall is insane here. And that's what we want to be able to see for Emmy as well. It was looking a little bit rough for him, but again, what I was saying before, as soon as he groups up with this team, any sort of displacement of Veil just allows him to have some fun, go for these ultimates, and make himself feel like part of the team.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised Mike Check didn't use the Rift Herald, looking to possibly looking to use it mid so he can get that more tower advantage, as the bottom tower did fall down as well. So 2 towers, the kill lead, the gold lead, and the dragon lead, all in favor of the natives right now, and they may look to get a second one as well. Scripter trying to hold out as best as he can against this really fed Zaya 9-1 and 3. Baki it's just looking so goddamn like a god right now.
Goddamn like a god. But you're not wrong here. As strange as your terminology may be. Of course, it isn't overly surprising with Mike Check and Melg both being on the native team as well. For those of you that aren't aware, it is Why Not Be Friends as Gragas and the Mike Check. You may know him from Gravitas Academy, and of course Melg too.
Looking for the engage, the call of the Forge God was used, as well as the Rift Herald as well. Now it's up to GIC, whether they can defend this tier 2. PPS already going so low. Oh, but the displacement, the last whisper, straight onto Eric, straight into the full Scripters there as well. The quickness into the grand entrance, and Mel is going to go down. Eric will take that kill. Mike Check going down as well. So far it's a 2-for-1. Emmy trying to dash in and out, but it's Baki on the bottom side. No Name going so low, landing Cleaver, the flash out. Does he want to turn this around? Showmaker is so low, throws out the feathers, the flash due forward, and Showmaker will finally get the shutdown goal.
Overall, I feel like that was a huge misplay from natives there. They were definitely feeling a little bit overconfident, and going for that dive was just not the right play for them. But the fact of the matter is that even though all members of the team were taken down, there's nothing that GIC actually gets out of it in terms of overall objectives. There's no dragon spawn. They've already taken the Rift Herald here. So if anything, it just gives them time to catch up on CS and gold overall.
Yeah, it allows Showmaker to keep stacking that, I can never pronounce it. The Metamune.
Yeah.
It's always some Metamune or Muramana. But No Name getting caught out here, still has Sadism still on cooldown, so he won't have that instant regen for him. The Grand Entrance will connect, and Kinsey, Mike Check, and Mel trying to come in, but the Heroic Entrance coming does knock up Mike Check. Gonna be coming around Windsor War, does connect, and Scripter will take out Why Not.
And of course, No Name being able to survive just as much as he did as a Bundo there was allowing Script to be able to catch up and be able to pick up a kill onto Mike Check. And that's something that we want to be able to see as well, just the small victories.
Well, both these teams are being scrappy. The last whistle being used on Eric. Straight into Sanguini Pool. Still has the Steel Tempest. Eric gonna heal up thanks to an empowered transfuse. But looks like both players are just gonna back off, saying, alright, we'll call a draw. And just back off.
Yeah, very nice use of the Sanguine pool as well, especially against Emmy on the Yasuo here. But you have been noticing that when the knockout, especially in that middle lane fight there earlier, we saw that Eric was the one who got all of that combo used onto him, and it wasn't until afterwards he was able to get out of it by utilizing that pool as well overall. We're seeing that a lot of gold is in favor of natives here, and I feel like they're just kind of stalling out the game so far. In terms of the overall itemization, I've noticed that Showmaker has finally achieved his Trinity Force. Do you feel like that's actually going to make any difference?
It might not. He was able to survive in that early team fight mid, so if he's able to survive and output that damage, he should be absolutely unstoppable. Pretty much what Baki is right now, except just imagine him throwing out feathers like every 2 seconds, as we do see Mike Check catching out No Name. The Flask does back him up, but Sadism is there, as well as the Black Shield, to keep the Mundo safe.
Keeping the Mundo safe. I find that so strange, because it's just like, okay, it's a Mundo. He should be able to keep himself safe. He's so tanky and he should be able to go wherever he wants, but it just seems like he's not being able to do that time and time again. That being said, however, the past few times that he has been initially caught out, they are able to get a kill out of it overall here. We noticed that Mike Check has gone with a Zhonya's, so we're going to be able to see him to just go straight into these fights, potentially going for these dives and being able to utilize the Zhonya's underneath the towers, trying to get as much pressure as possible here. They want to be able to get more towers there so they are able to get this Baron uncontested, but with the teleport still being available on 2 out of the 3 members, but of course Crypto having his grand entrance available as well, his hero's entrance as well, it just means that they need to be a little bit more careful when setting up these Baron plays.
Yeah, and not necessarily taking away from GIC, but it just feels like they have to itemize more defensively, as we do see the Vampiric Scepter, so we should be seeing the Blade of the Ruin King coming in from Showmaker. It's just that when you have 2 AP threats, it's going to be difficult for Kinsey to itemize towards that. He has to build that magic resist, and sure, it's going to be great against 1, 2, 3, pretty much everybody against GIC. Like, you have the magic damage coming in from Ezreal as well as the pure AD. It's just going to be interesting to see, as we do see the Baron getting started up. Eric still has TP. Kinsey can interrupt that TPD if they do decide, but looks like natives are going to get this Baron for free.
Completely uncontested as well, no vision available, no teleports being able to use because there's no ward onto them as well, and with the amount of pressure that they're being able to provide overall, it didn't seem like a great idea for them to even scope it out. We noticed that Showmaker utilized his True Shot Barrage earlier, thinking they were on it then, and so it was just a bit of an unfortunate position that GIC had put themselves in overall.
Well, do you eventually think if they can hold out to, let's say, 30 minutes, do you reckon they'll be able to take on natives then? Able to match them in their teamfight quality?
Judging by the poor dive that natives executed earlier, and them not being able to do anything from that overall, it just means that if they do end up having another fight, it needs to have some sort of objective available.
Well, Last Whisper going straight onto PPS, and he trying to find the kill, and he will. PPS does go down. TP is getting pulled in as well as Call. The Force Guard will be able to knock up to Kinsey. Dives onto Tal, but Baki takes heaps of damage from Showmaker with the WQ combo, and looks like natives are forced to back away. Does GIC want to chase? There are pretty full health bars. Do they really want to do this?
Natives need to get out of there quickly. They don't have as much health around, especially with Bucky being the one that has a lot of the gold, and a lot of the bounty on him too would be huge for them to be able to take down. So they don't want to be able to risk anything. Risking any sort of Baron just gives them more of an advantage towards GIC here, and that's not something that natives wants to be able to give up either. We want to be able to see natives push for the advantage. With the kind of comp that they've got going as well, they want to make sure that they're utilizing these knockups so that Emmy can get as much damage down as possible, as well as the same time making sure that Bucky does not get run down whatsoever, and he seems to be doing such a great job at that. It is a Zaya too, so there's a lot of self-healing available regardless, but if however he does end up being put in a bit of a sticky situation, they need to be able to work around that too.
Yeah. Well, Bucky does have that mortal reminder done, so No Name possibly won't do as much healing as he can. Pretty much everybody. Pretty much a really good pickup overall because you have the Vlad, you have the Mondo, so they can keep the healing down to a minimum. They should be able to just keep outpoking GIC as they siege up onto these tier 2 towers. As Emmy is going to take a tower shot. That Scripter may be too far forward, but is going to be able to dash away. Tier 2 tower does go down, and I think Baron Buff is just going to be finishing up very shortly.
It's a little bit scary as well, despite the fact that they are able to have a lot of engage. They just want to be able to catch people out, and the amount of damage that Bucky just dealt onto No Name as a Mundo just speaks measures of how terrifying Bucky is on this Zaya.
Oh, two-shot barrage getting blocked by the Wimble there, so another ultimate down for Showmaker, and that may be crucial to getting the overall damage down for GIC.
This is huge here. I feel like right now that Natives is just dancing around the bush in terms of trying to push end this game as well. But they were able to put a lot of pressure onto them, and that is yet another dragon going onto their team. We're already at 25 minutes, but it just seems as though there's just so much of a lead overall, and especially since with how many turrets have already been taken as opposed to what GIC has accomplished overall. No objectives whatsoever here, and that is insane.
Well, pretty much GIC don't really have the best siege comp. It's all I have to say that. So when they try and take these towers, they're going to be taking it pretty slow at the moment. So we can't really expect that much coming through in terms of the siege potential that GIC have, but their team fight and survivability, as we know already, is going to be through the roof.
It's a bit unfortunate as well because we were talking about survivability here, but with the itemization that Bucky has, there's no chances of survival. If they are able to get a little bit of a pick overall, they will be able to take down these towers and negate the whole point of being able to try and siege, because they don't have a sieging comp. They just need to be able to survive their all-ins. But because of what they're being able to, because of how far ahead they are and what items they decided to prioritize here, they don't really have an in to be able to get back into this game, unless of course Natives does a little bit of a mishap, similar to the dive, but this time it being later into the game, they are going to be able to push for a tower at least.
Well, we still have 50 seconds on Baron respawning, and we should expect to see Natives just absolutely just swarm around it and just pretty much take it as quickly as they took it last time. Hopefully at the same as well without any contestation from GIC, but if, let's say they do try and take Baron as soon as it spawns, but GIC comes in, is there a chance that GIC could just be like, haha, we're just gonna completely fight you?
It depends on, because you notice that they do have a Yasuo on their team, so they're going to be able to negate a lot of the damage that Baron does end up putting down here overall. That being said, it is getting a little bit later into the game, and Eric being onto a Vladimir, if he is able to get his combos off, the rest of his team is able to follow up on that, as well with PPS as a Morgana, plus the stopwatch as well. So much damage being put through. If a lot of them are able to survive all around, they are just able to run into the backline, try to get as much damage as possible, take down as many members as they can, but that's if they are able to react to the Baron play overall.
Well, it doesn't look like they were able to react quick enough, as No Name does get caught out. The heroic entrance, the call of force being used as well, and Bucky is just going to completely annihilate the Monday. Amy getting down Eric, and a triple kill coming in through for Bucky. Can he get the quadra? Showmaker trying to run as fast as he can, but looks like he'll be able to get out away with his life, but that is a 4 for none for Natives there. Sorry.
Yeah, that was huge for Natives too, and of course Bucky's just going to try to take down Showmaker and get them the clean ace, and I feel like that may potentially end up being the game here. I noticed with a lot of the other games, when it came to Baron being a prioritization, there was a lot of back and forth trying to fight for vision. It didn't seem like GIC had the freedom to be able to do that whatsoever throughout the entirety of this game. And it was just because of how far ahead they were able to get on the side of natives in the earlier stages and how they're able to push to those advantages time and time again.
Yeah, and with that, Natives, they're just playing with the food, and he tries to dive the fountain, but he will do unsuccessfully. The cask is there, but the Nexus will be claimed, and Natives will take the win.
And of course, Natives being able to take the win for the last game of the night. And that was huge. And it was really great to see all of these players being able to play to the best of their abilities, especially on the side of Natives, getting those leads and pushing those advantage. And of course, Emmy being in the mid lane, keeping out for as long as possible so that when he was needed in terms of knockouts later on in fights, he was useful for his team too.
Yeah. And just pretty much, I'm pretty sure we're going to vote MVP Bucky here, right? Just being the absolute monster on Zaya. Just showing what you could do as part of the Lovers Duos, and as well as a Melg as well, showing just being absolutely amazing. I mean, 0, 4, and 18 as a Rakan is just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's huge, and I want to, like that being said, Bucky was able to get as far ahead as he was able to do, based on the fact that Emel was there for him as well, and Mike Check going for that early gank in the bottom lane too. So huge shout outs for them overall, being able to protect his ADC and make sure he was able to do what he's meant to be able to do.
Yeah, and with that, let's break down the game by sending it over to the $1 Million Fortnite Man. Baz and the boys, take it away.
Okay, thank you again so much, you guys, for having us here. My name is Biella, and of course I was joined here by Quirky, and we were your casters for game 3 and 4, and I hope to see you again next week.
Bye.
Thank you very much for that, Quirky and Viella. Yes, $1 Million Fortnite Man, Bailey Baz Runholm here, joined here still by Sir Nelson Perry and Sir Zaccanini as well. Boys, there for our final match there, GIC up against the side of Natives Esports. Natives Esports take that one nice and clean and finally get a win for themselves on the board here for OCAL.
Yeah, man. I mean, they got themselves on the board and they earned it, right? Like, you saw that Zaya. That was... I mean, Zaya is a champion, but they did really well. They had the Gragas Yasuo, right? They had that combo. They made it work. And overall, I think they played really well overall. Like, yeah, they were facing a 5 magic dealer comp with a Yasuo, and, you know, they had a Zyra Khan bot lane, but, like, they still played it really well. And I think that while they probably did win in draft, they actually executed on it. And we've seen that happen less times than I would like in the course of these sort of tournaments, where they win the draft, they play really well, but then they, you know, make mistakes and they fall apart. So really good stuff to Natives there, and you know, that was my prediction, so I'm pretty happy.
A lot of people's predictions.
Ended a bad week strong, thank God.
Yeah, Natives Esports were definitely, I think, the fan favourites to take that one out. But GIC still showed a very great game now. I mean, that's what we were saying before when we were setting this game up. GIC and Natives Esports, yeah, they were both 0 and 2. But they had really great showings in the past 2 weeks there. So it's just unfortunate they weren't able to pick up the wins. But Natives Esports now up to 1-2. Unfortunately, that does mean that GIC end up being 0-3. Guys, looking into their mentality here going into week 4, what do you think GIC might need to look at to, I guess, refresh themselves and get organised here for week number 4?
They need to recompose. They need to pick a team comp that really does work for them. If nothing else can work, maybe even go towards comfort picks, because right now you're 0 and 3. It's time to start throwing desperation moves.
Yeah.
Like, it is only week 3. Like, you can't really hate on them too much, but when you're picking, like, Vladimir Galio is your solo laners, and then Ezreal's your ADC with a Morgana support. Like, it's just, like, it doesn't do anything.
Mm.
Like you need to pick like an easy to execute comp that you don't need to like try and do all these like finicky moving parts, like a Galley ultimate coming in and then like rotating your Vladimir in and then like having the Ezreal play to the side with the Morgana binding and stuff. Like it's just like remove room for error and focus on small things. Like pick like a front to back team comp with like a really standard like get like a Kai'Sa Nautilus bot lane, right? Just play like that. Get like a control mage mid lane. You know, just really simple stuff that you can just hone and get really good at. Go to Comfort. I think Comfort is also a really good option. But no, yeah, I agree. You need to start looking at some changes, and that would be my direction. I would take things.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, mentality-wise, probably doesn't feel great being 0-3. You're in last place 3 weeks in. But things change. Still early in the season. Not going to count them out yet. You've seen some moments where they look like they come together and they make things happen. And you know, I wouldn't get too bummed up about it. I mean, UTS just beat Vendetta, so anything can happen. Right?
And that's what I was about to bring up as well. Like, we still have plenty of time here for these teams for anything to happen here, as you mentioned, Harrison. I mean, this whole night has been upsets, basically. I mean, first game has been an upset. Second game was absolutely an upset, as we just mentioned. Game 3, Kraken did take out DVC Esports. A lot of people were back in DVC Esports in that match. So, yeah, I mean, today's just been a bit of a whirlwind, I'd say, for week number 3 of OCAL. And let's have a look at that as well with our final prediction results here. Of course, the casters' predictions that we've been doing every single week. Guys,
first week for me and Baz, don't worry about that.
Yeah, obviously, ignoring that. But here we go. I mean, Finn and Reinhardt, of course, Reinhardt, our streamer here, 8 and 4 with their predictions here.
Okay,
I mean,
but 6 and 2, 6 out of 8 is a higher like percentage than 8 out of 12. So I mean, you know, I'm just.
So obviously we're the kings. Obviously,
we are like winning at the moment.
Yeah,
that's like
right.
how that
absolutely.
works.
Okay, absolutely, 100%. And Stefo, 7 and 5. I mean, bit of a rough night, man.
Oi! I will come out on top of this. I will be the king.
I believe.
Believe you me.
Mystery's prediction has to be the best.
Oh, absolutely. He's so good, we can't even calculate it, guys. It's insane.
Gifts are a mystery.
Haha. That's a good one.
That was cool.
But as you can see, a majority of the casters here were all basically even up here, around 7-5. There's only a few outliers, of course, Finn, Reinhardt, and of course the Kings, Perplexa and myself on 6-2 there. So we'll have to see how that also changes as the weeks go on here. But that's going to do it now, guys, for OCAL 2019 Week 3. Of course, having a look at next week's matches here. Match number 1 will be the revitalized UTS Academy against GIC for match number 1 there. Match number 2 is going to be another huge event here. Vendetta up against Devious Esports there. Match 3 will be the Weekend Warriors taking on Natives Esports. And match number 4 could also be a potential huge match of the week there. 95X taking on Kraken White. Boys, looking at those 4 matches, is there any there to you guys that personally stand out for any reason at all?
That's hard. Like, there's like a lot of matches here that look good on paper. Like, Vendetta versus Devious looks like it'll be good, but I don't know anymore, man. After tonight, I don't know. I think the safest bet is saying that 95X and Kraken White is probably going to be the most exciting to watch. I think that one's going to be pretty, like, what's the word? Fighting a lot. Exciting. Yeah, let's put that. Explosive. Yeah, I like that word.
I have quite a few thoughts. After this week, you got to look at UTS, because obviously they took down Vendetta tonight, and that was probably one of the biggest upsets we've seen in this competition so far.
Absolutely.
We were talking about if they want to be a competitor to make it into the top 4 by the end of the 7-week split, they need to prove themselves, and it starts next week against GIC, who, again, we just said before, they're looking for their first win. They're looking to try to rise up and maybe at least have one last roll of the dice here, and they need to look towards comfort. UTS, they need to just prove that their right to be in this competition is here. Yeah, persistence is key. Yeah. But they need to do it next week. This is probably one of those important matches where they have to do it. Devious and Vendetta, we look at that match and we say to ourselves, okay, Devious they're looking all right. And some of Vendetta tonight was a bit rough for Vendetta though.
Yeah.
But let's just see if that's a lack of consistency thing, or if that's going to be more of a permanent thing that they're starting to have more of a slope. Weekend
So, guys-
Warriors and Natives. Weekend Warriors, Natives. Look, even in 95X, they want to prove themselves in the competition as well. They're going to take down the best of the best to Crack and White.
So guys, as we mentioned, that is going to do it there for week 3 of OCAL 2019. Of course, thanks to the guys from Gravitas and as well as the guys from Mobalytics. If you guys want to help support Summoner Society, run massive huge events like this, I know you guys love and enjoy it, even if you don't, say that out loud. Make sure you use the code SUMSOC20 over at Mobalytics to get access to all their premium services and help yourself as well get better at League of Legends. Become like one of these top diamond challenger tier guys. Maybe one day you could make your esports dream become a reality. Of course, if you want to follow anything Summoner Society related as well, we're on Facebook, we're on Twitter, we're on Instagram, we're on Discord, we're on YouTube, and we're here on Twitch as well. Just give a quick search up of Summoner Society on any of those social media services, and you'll be sure to find us nice, quick, and easy, and join our awesome and big, great community. Of course, thanks to everyone being a part of this event. Of course, the players at home who played in the matches, the admin team running the things behind the scene. Of course, the casters, Informal, Weapon, Quirky, Viella, and of course, the boys here, Steffo and Perplexer. Cheers, boys, for being on the desk with me tonight.
Yeah, you too, man. It's been great. It's been a pleasure. Have you ever considered doing sales ads?
I'm thinking about it.
Your voice is very good for it. You have the look. I like it. But no, yeah, overall, I think it's been an interesting night, to put it safely. And yeah, I've really enjoyed it. And been good on the desk with you guys.
So we're also going to thank as well Reinhardt as well for running everything behind the scenes, running the stream. Absolute legend. Cheers for doing that for us, man. And of course, you, the viewers at home, for being here in the first place and watching everything that happened for OCAL 2019. Week number 3. I was low budget Ed Sheeran, and thanks guys for checking out OCAL week number 3 here. We'll be back next week number 4 with all the action. So we hope to see you guys there. Till then, guys.
Had the freedom to be able to do that whatsoever throughout the entirety of this game, and it was just because of how far ahead they were able to get on the side of Natives in the earlier stages, and how they're able to push to those advantages time and time again.
Yeah, and with that, Natives, they're just playing with the food, and he tried to dive the fountain, but he will do unsuccessfully. The cask is there, but the Nexus will be claimed, and Natives will take the win.